Good evening. I would like to call to order the April 27th, 2026 Lake Washington School Board meeting. Let the record reflect that all board members are present and our student representatives will be joining us after our executive session. The board values public participation and engagement in the meetings of the board. Board meetings will continue to be live streamed on the LWSD website and are available for viewing following the conclusion of the board meeting as well. The public are always welcome to email the board at boardmembers@lwsd.org. Director Richter, would you like to read our land acknowledgement tonight?
The Board of Directors of Lake Washington School District acknowledges that our district is on the indigenous land of the Coast Salish peoples, who have reserved treaty rights on this land, including the Duwamish and the Snoqualmie Indian tribe. We thank these caretakers of this land who have lived here since time immemorial. We commit to continuing collaboration with our Native community to teach the indigenous history of this land and these local tribes to all children of the district. We also commit to provide the best possible education for all children of Native descent who attend our schools.
I will now entertain a motion to approve the April 27th, 2026 agenda.
So moved.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Director LaLiberty and seconded by Director Meekhoff to approve the agenda as presented. All those in favor, please signify by voting aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We have a couple of recognitions tonight. First is Teacher Appreciation. Director Yoakum, would you like to read that proclamation?
Yes. Whereas teachers mold future citizens through guidance and education and keep American democracy alive by laying the foundation for good citizenship, and whereas teachers encounter students of wildly differing backgrounds and our country's future depends upon providing quality education to all students, and whereas Lake Washington School District teachers work to create learning environments that support the district's guiding principles of connection, value, and challenge, and whereas the teachers in Lake Washington School District deserve recognition for their hard work to help students achieve the district's vision of every student future ready. Therefore, we, the Lake Washington School District Board of Directors, do hereby proclaim May 4th through 8th and Tuesday, May 5th, 2026 as Teacher Appreciation Week and National Teacher Day in the Lake Washington School District.
Thank you. And we also have a proclamation for Arts and Education Month. Director LaLiberty.
Whereas the arts, including dance, music, theater, and visual arts, are defined as a core subject in Washington State's definition of basic education and considered an essential component of the complete and balanced education for all students, and whereas learning in and through the arts enables students to develop critical thinking and problem-solving skills, imagination and creativity, discipline, alternative ways to communicate and express feelings and ideas, and cross-cultural understanding, which supports academic success across the curriculum, as well as personal growth outside the classroom. And whereas imagination and creativity are increasingly understood as critical capacities needed for success in the 21st century workforce, and whereas the arts can transform our schools into havens of creativity and exploration, places where students want to learn, teachers want to teach, and all members of the learning community are more engaged and motivated. Therefore, we, the members of the Lake Washington School District Board of Directors, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 as Arts and Education Month in Lake Washington School District.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda will be public comment. The Board of Directors of Lake Washington School District welcomes the public to the business meetings of the board. We appreciate and value community engagement. We dedicate 30 minutes for public comment, with each speaker provided up to 2 minutes. This is a time for the board to listen. Please do not expect a response to your comments. Speakers will be called in the order of sign up. If there is not enough time to get to all individuals that have signed up, you may email your comments to boardmembers@lwsd.org. If you have materials to share with the board, please place them in the basket next to the podium. A timer will be displayed to help manage time. It will turn yellow at 30 seconds remaining and red at 10 seconds. The microphone will be turned off shortly after time expires, so please conclude your remarks promptly. We ask everyone to model respectful discourse. Please refrain from audience comments or prolonged applause so we can hear from as many speakers as possible. After public comment concludes, those not staying for the remainder of the meeting are asked to exit quietly. Public comment is available on the district website and closes at noon on the day of the meeting. Speakers may designate another person in advance of the deadline. Substitutions at the meeting cannot be accommodated. Finally, the board does not address personnel matters during meetings. We encourage individuals to first work with school or district staff to resolve concerns. Please also refrain from naming students unless you are their parent or guardian. Public comment will now begin at 5:06 p.m. The first speaker is Arpita Maheshwari. Margaret Rogan. Simran Matwani. Yu Yao. Madhura Misar. Martha Damon. Avni Hansoti. Kaya Misar. Ria Desai. Mira Galot. Arya Gautam. And Oni Doshi is online.
You can go ahead and give your public comment.
Not unmuted. She has to unmute herself.
You have to go ahead and unmute yourself.
No, the speaker's not unmuted. She has her mic unmuted, the speaker. Yeah, she muted. Do you want to throw in the chat to tell her to unmute? Or is it muted? She has to unmute herself.
It's because you're I need to run it from so
Oh, yes, well, the laptop picture on the, there, yeah.
Rodney, can you hear us? You can go ahead and give your public comment. Rodney, you can go ahead and give your public comment now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you. I'll go ahead and get started. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to address the full-time Quest program and the need for greater transparency, consistency, and equity in how it is managed. My family is directly impacted by the planned move of 4-5 Quest students from Ella Baker to Alcott. Last year, we made a significant decision to leave Wilder Elementary and enroll our child at Baker for this program. We also moved his siblings so our family could remain together. Over the past year, we have built strong roots in the Baker community. While the district reviews program locations annually based on enrollment, staffing, and sustainability, this approach is creating ongoing instability for families. These are not minor decisions. Families are restructuring daily life, moving siblings, and making long-term commitments based on where the program is located, only to have those decisions disrupted the following year. This raises an important question of equity. If accelerated learners are entitled to equitable access to public education, they should also be able to rely on a program that is stable and predictable, just as general education students do. We do not ask general ed families to adapt to annual school relocations, and we should not be asking that of full-time Quest families either. Equity means not just access, but consistency, transparency, and ability to plan. Right now, families are navigating uncertainty without a clear vision, long-term vision. That is not sustainable, and it erodes trust. I urge the district to provide a 3 to 5 year plan for the full-time Quest program, one that ensures stability in location and program commitments so families can make informed decisions. I also ask that you reconsider allowing the current 4th grade cohort to complete their final elementary year at Baker, where families have built strong academic, social, and emotional foundations, consistent with the affordance given to next year's Blackwell 4-5 Quest class and previously to the Rosa Parks 5th grade Quest class. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes public comment. Thank you to everyone who took the time to engage with the board this evening. As we continue with the meeting, we ask that all attendees remain respectful and follow standard meeting protocols, including minimizing side conversations and keeping voices low. If you choose to leave at this time, please do so quietly and in an orderly manner so the board can continue its meeting. Thank you for your participation. The board will now meet in executive session for 30 minutes for the purpose of considering the selection of a site or the acquisition of real estate by lease or purchase, and the minimum price at which real estate will be offered for sale or lease. Please note, executive sessions are closed to the public. The board will convene in executive session starting at 5:20 p.m. At the conclusion of the executive session, the April 27th, 2026 board meeting will continue as planned according to the approved agenda. Should the board require additional time to meet in executive session, I, as board president, will announce an extension of the executive session. The board will now convene into executive session. The board is extending the executive session for a period of 15 minutes until 6:05 p.m. Good evening. It is now 6:12 p.m. and I would like to call the meeting to order following our executive session. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the April 27th, 2026 consent agenda. I will now entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Director Yoakum and seconded by Director Mikov. Superintendent Holman, will you please poll the board?
I will. Director Yoakum,
Yes.
Director Richter,
Yes.
Director Mikov,
Yes.
Vice President La Liberty,
Yes.
and President Guthrie.
Yes. All right. The first item on the agenda is elementary ELA curriculum adoption. Dr. Holman.
Yes, and we're so glad to have a whole crew here tonight to share with the board the work that has gone on for the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years to identify a new elementary literacy curriculum. And so we are so grateful for all of the work that has gone into this. We know what this actually means to our students, our teachers. We know this is in alignment with our commitment as an organization, this board's commitment to all of our students being literate. And so it's with great appreciation that we have our team here tonight. I'll introduce Dr. Jen Rose, who will launch the presentation tonight.
And I will actually just echo Dr. Holman's comments. The board has had a study session, I think, at least once a year for the past 3 years, and many board briefs that have brought practice to light for all the work that's happened over the last several years around literacy. So tonight is really like, it's a midstream celebration, but it's a significant celebration. So I want to welcome Director Pease and her fantastic team up to the podium.
Thanks, Dr. Good evening, school board. Thanks for having us here. We are so excited to bring the culmination of, we're so excited to bring to you the culmination of 5 years of learning and piloting and really getting a guaranteed and viable ELA curriculum that will serve every student during core instruction. So to tell you all about the curriculum, we have Sarah Pullen, who is a kindergarten teacher at Robert Frost Elementary School, Heather Carter, who teaches 4th grade at Rachel Carson, Principal Malia Goodfellow is here from Mark Twain, Whitney Blackstone, who has been championing it side by side with me throughout the whole process. So I'm going to turn it over to Whitney to share a little bit about the process of the curriculum adoption, and then the rest of the team will talk about what they've seen with students.
So as you know, this has been quite the process for us over many years, and really we are super excited to bring to you what we feel is the best curriculum out there to meet the needs of all of our learners. And our process has started with forming the committee. Originally, we thought it was just going to be a 2-year commitment, and we've been really fortunate that we've had a lot of advisory members want to stay on as we continue to develop our shared understanding of what effective literacy practices look like, identify interest, review the submissions that we received, and then really go into an intensive pilot experience. They piloted each of the top curricular options for 6 weeks. We did an instructional material review, and now we are bringing our recommendation to you as the school board as we continue to plan for implementation. Some of the things that we really focused on were not only looking at the body of research-based best practices, but also considering the standards and how we're going to meet those standards, the learning experiences for students, and really thinking about how this has been a sustained effort and collaboration over multiple years. And so we're really excited to bring to you where we've landed and kind of our next steps for implementation. So here's a timeline that shows the past few years, but really what we want to emphasize is that this has really been a thoughtful and phased process. We have had to make adjustments and be flexible throughout the time, but really we've continued to promote that shared understanding, really making sure that we all understand that, you know, we've had to have this continuous professional learning, and that we really want to hit our key performance indicator of all students literate by 3rd grade. And so that takes a lot of thought and a lot of dedication, and we were really fortunate to work with some of the most dedicated educators to make sure that we can meet that goal and be excited about what we're bringing to you today. Another thing that we wanted to talk about was just who made up the reading advisory. We had representation across every single school in the district, elementary school, every single grade level, and multiple programs. It was really exciting to get to work with different programs and hear different perspectives, so that as concerns or questions arose, we were able to address them and bring them into the room so we could have some of those conversations, so that we can have that intentional focus on access, equity, and meeting all learners' needs. Additionally, we did have a partnership with the school board. It was really fun to have that addition and caregivers, so we could continue to bring in multiple perspectives into the room. And we also had student voice, but we'll talk about that in a little bit, about how that was represented. So really, as we focus our scope of the work, we really wanted to start by deepening our understanding of research-based instructional practices in ELA instruction, making sure that we were being really intentional about reviewing the curricular materials and making sure that there was a pilot with data collection so that we could bring to you what we were most excited about and make a recommendation this spring, and we were able to do that. I'm going to pass it on to Malia so she can talk a little bit about the process.
All right. I'm Malia Goodfellow. I'm principal at Twain. I think this is my 11th year at Twain, and I had the pleasure of having Director Meekoff's kids come through Twain, so it was. So we started the process with a request for information. 10 companies submitted responses. 6 of those companies met our minimum requirements, and you can see our minimum requirements there. Emphasizing foundational literacy, dual language support, standards alignment, accessibility, and privacy. And we then moved the highest quality materials forward from there. And we did have some submissions that did not meet our minimum requirement, multiple of them actually. So then, as we moved towards selection, thank you. I was like, do I do it? We wanted to make sure that our focus was on the student experience. So as we were looking at the curriculums that were brought forward, what were the materials supporting our instructional expectations for students, or were they aligned to our equity goals? Knowing our foundational literacy and knowledge that we had gained along the way, making sure that it met those, and then also ensuring there was coherence across grade levels. That's all I want to say there. All right. As a part of the selection process, we had the group that Whitney discussed of multiple stakeholders in the room, and then we also used various forms of outside information, reading lead curriculum, evaluation rubric, ed reports. So we wanted to make sure that we brought in both the outside perspective and then also valuing what everyone in the room and their experience with the curriculum and their students' experience was. Prior to bringing any curriculums forward, we used the screening for bias content that OSPI has developed, and we used that to go through all of the curriculums before we moved them into a possible pilot. We considered representation, perspectives, imagery, and language, and we really were focused on promoting there was an equitable experience for all students. After engaging in all of those tools, we were able to bring 3 vendors in to present to the advisory. And we used rubrics to kind of guide the presentation and our discussion and what we wanted to move forward from there. And then we narrowed from there to the curriculums that we were going to pilot. And those were 2 curriculums. One was Benchmark Advance, and the other was Emerge. And we really, as Whitney said, spent a lot of time piloting both curriculums, 6 weeks in classrooms to ensure that we really got a full grasp on what the student experience was, the teacher experience, before moving forward. And then, as we determined what to move forward, we brought in rubric scoring, lots of empathy feedback from teachers and student experiences. We had engaged in a community survey, and then obviously the advisory brought their input into the room as well. We tried to have a good balance of teacher, student, and caregiver perspectives before deciding what to move forward. And just to kind of highlight the student perspective, I'll give you a quick minute to read some of the quotes from our different levels of learners. So you'll see that student voice was intentionally included in the process. There was an emphasis on engagement, interest in learning across all grade levels for students, and connection to knowledge building, cultural and real world topics. We used both satellite and street data as we engaged in this process for students. So what we've decided to move forward with is McGraw-Hill Emerge. And that decision was made with consensus and a formal vote of the reading advisory. And the selection of Emerge really provides greater consistency and coherence across classrooms while allowing differentiation to meet student needs in our experiences. And then lastly, we have a quote from a 4th grade student that they learned many things from the text. And just to add on to that, my experience as an administrator, I think that Emerge really allows for integration. And that is something that we've had a goal of integrating social studies and science into our curriculum. And so when I see learn things, I see things that integrate with our social studies and science curriculum. I also am excited about Emerge as we've kind of worked towards the writing revolution and using that as how we implement writing within the building. Emerge is really closely aligned with the writing revolution, and it is embedded within it. So 2 exciting things from my perspective as well.
Hi, I'm Sarah Poland. I am a product of Lake Washington School District. I went to Robert Frost, went on to Kamiakin and Juanita High School, and I got my first job at Robert Frost and have not left. And I'm in my 33rd year. So I'm excited to be here to tell you about Emerge. I got to change screen. Okay. To the focus areas of Emerge, it was rooted in the science of reading. We saw all the pieces of the rope, which was very important to us. Just-in-time data to inform the instruction. We didn't have to wait until the end to figure out how the kids were doing. There were components in the manual that told teachers exactly, here's a good just-in-time. Here's a good summative or informative assessment to do it. So it would help teachers gather that information of what we were teaching on that day. It was gave a learning and opportunities for kids. The stories were very engaging and encouraged questioning and more learning, even in the kindergarten level. Texts were rich and diverse, and the kids really liked them. There were times they wanted me to reread it at a totally different time of the day because they really enjoyed them. We also have things within the program that we're able to create small groups and focus on those skills that the kids are not quite at standard. Here's a quote, if you'd like to read it, from a kindergarten teacher. This program really emphasized culture responsive texts, and it has the windows and mirrors for them to see, but also has those sliding doors to not have any barriers for the kids to learn. The emphasis increased engagement, and the collaborative conversation was awesome. Again, I'm at the first level of their learning, and the conversations that happened were amazing. And they were able to connect text to text. There was a anchor chart that you would create each week with the text, and the first, like weather was an example, and it carried on throughout the whole unit, but it was different questions each week. And then they were able to take that and collaborate that together and connect those questions and those texts, which was really exciting. Again, like I was talking, the range of texts, there were all different genres throughout the program, and kids were able to connect through their own personal experiences and with the text that they were reading. There was deep interaction with the books, and that encouraged peer conversation. This was an example you can see where kids made connections. Writing was fluid throughout the whole program. Each day there was an opportunity for them to reflect on a piece of the reading that they read and to make a connection. And then at the end of each week, they were able to show the knowledge that they've learned. And that kind of gave us a piece of what they've learned and where we can maybe help them to up their learning, or if they didn't quite meet the standard. Over here is the Emerge overview of the whole program, kind of in a day. We have the foundational skills, like we were saying, the reading rope. They hit all those different components of the reading rope. They were building comprehension and knowledge. There was writing each day. There was a support in multilingual through in the whole group, and there's also support for our multilingual teachers. Also, it was a gradual release, so at the beginning of the week, we were doing a lot of the giving of the information and exploring together, but as we moved throughout the week, they were able to start learning on their own and exploring on their own. Again, there was research-based instruction routines. They did a lot. We knew what was in this program was research-based. It wasn't just, they just put it in there. So really important to us that is been researched, and we know that it is important for kids to learn that, to be literate. There is robust support for our multilingual learners, and it was important that there was, I really enjoyed there was a different program, or not a program, but a book that I could have the multilingual teachers. They actually had a piece of material that could help them, and it connected to what we were learning. So they were able to teach the kids vocabulary or encourage that in their small group, and then when the kids came back to the room, they kind of already knew, oh wait, I know what that word is, and got excited and felt part of the group. This is an overview of, I know there's a lot there, an overview of each grade and each unit. But what is exciting is when students are in the civics of government, in all grades, they're learning some type around that topic. So as we're teaching it in kindergarten, those concepts that we have taught, when they go to first grade, they're going to know part of it, and then they will build on what they've already learned. So by the time they get into fifth grade, it's going to be some deep, rich learning because they have that prior knowledge. We also have our social studies and our science embedded into all these. As you can see, the green is our science. Those are our 3 science units, and it really connects with ours is weather, force and motion in kindergarten, and life of plants and animals, and it was right on. Social studies is being part of community. That was really telling in kindergarten that we were able to connect with that. So to be able to really talk about that in reading and integrate that also throughout the day was awesome. Here's a few quotes from some teachers about feedback in doing the program, if you'd like to read that. And as you can see, they really valued the integration across the reading and writing and the content areas. And there was a very clear scope and sequence, as I showed you in the prior screen. So, and the materials really supported that. Here's kind of how the day is laid out. So in the K1, there's the foundational skills. And like I was saying, there are a lot of skills under foundational skills, and they covered a lot of those, and they covered many. It wasn't just one each day. They covered many each of the days. And then they moved into the building of the comprehension and knowledge. And as you can see, they're talking about vocabulary, the concept knowledge. There was text that supported that. There was writing each day. And then there was also an ending task where they take all that knowledge that they learn and they would show the learning that they've made. We also had focus groups and independent time. This is where we can meet with students and teach them where they are and maybe bump them up to either meet standard or work with someone who's already at standard and move them even higher. Here's a comment from a second grader. And this really shows that they saw that they were building knowledge, but it really had to connect with their science. In the 2K instruction model, in grade 2, they'll still be doing those foundational skills, working more with word structure, high frequency words, and then moving on to the building comprehension and knowledge. When you get into the 2-3, they are learning through the text. So they're going to be doing all those things through the text. And then as they do that, they're learning how to do that within a text. So when you get to the new text, they're going to go, wait a minute, I see those ing words, or I see that prefix or that root word. So by learning it through the text, they're able to take what they've learned and apply it to the next text. Okay. The text is a vehicle to teach the concepts, and so we're hoping that they then can apply that, and we're going to teach them to do that. Okay. Again, what's exciting is the standards have been updated, and these standards are being met through this program. And here's another comment from a fifth grader. And as you can see, again, it connected to science. It's their high interest topics throughout the whole curriculum, and it provides seamless opportunities for them to learn and integrate in their learning.
Good evening. Let's see. I should find the microphone before I start talking. Let's try that again. Good evening. I'm Heather Carter. I am a fourth grade teacher at Rachel Carson Elementary School, and I am really, really thrilled to be here. I could not be more enthusiastic in my yes vote with the Reading Advisory Committee, and it is my hope that by the time we're done with our presentation that you see, like I do, that really this is a curriculum to be excited about. I'm excited about the future potentially that my students have with this curriculum, and I've just loved every minute of teaching it so far. I feel so privileged to have been part of the pilot, and I appreciate you hearing me tonight. So if we advance the slide, I wanted to talk with you a little bit about how Emerge. It's me that advances the slide.
We got it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We talk in my room about how it's okay to make mistakes. Here you go. So one of the reasons that I've really enjoyed piloting the Emerge curriculum is that the mindset with which our students approach learning matters. We know that as educators. I know you on the board knows that. Mindset is everything when we learn. It can speed us up, it can accelerate us, or it can slow us down. And the Emerge has a lot of really good touch points that support perseverance, adaptability, agency, curiosity, and our students' acceptance of themselves and others. We're going to talk about a couple of the most salient examples of how Emerge supports those future-ready mindsets. So let's dive right in. We've got a first grade student that at the end of their module that they were working on in Emerge, they were asked what they'd taken away from it, and they said that their takeaway was that they learned that kindness needs no reward. This was a great example of the fact that all of our social emotional learning, well, not all of it, but significant parts of our instruction and our development of those concepts that are so critical for kids, K to 5, is really baked into Emerge. There's a lot of explicit instruction on SEL that happens in Emerge, and then there's just a lot of those foundational underpinnings that follows the kids through each and every part of it. It was part of what I enjoyed so much about it, because SEL for me is a real heartbeat. It's one of the things I enjoy most in my career, is that type of instruction. In particular, acceptance and identity are big focuses and big foundations of the Emerge program. For example, in the fourth grade materials, we piloted 2 different units. One was more of a science-based unit where my students studied some natural disasters, in particular the San Francisco fire and earthquake of 1904. And you would think that that would be a regular old science story. Well, the text somehow managed to help my students explore themes of equity and bias and disparate treatment between different people groups by the authorities of the day during that historical event. And so what I ended up seeing in my classroom was, yes, they were learning the science, yes, they were learning the social studies, but they were also having conversations and reactions in their writing where they examined these themes and really came to a higher level of understanding the types of people and the types of citizens that we want to be. And I think it was just a great example of the way that this curriculum supports the types of learners that we're trying to develop in Lake Washington School District. Another great example of how SEL was supported by Emerge was in our second unit that we piloted in fourth grade. It was a unit on mythology. Really high engagement unit. There was abject whining in my classroom when my kids were asked to put their materials away in that unit. They loved the materials. But of course, in a lot of the mythological stories, for example, Aesop's fables, you have lessons and proverbs and adages that come at the end. And these were real flashpoints that allowed us to just tie right into our Purposeful People curriculum, which, as you know, is the foundation of our SEL instruction in the district. And so just that natural content integration between reading, writing, science, social studies, and even social emotional learning, it really was the total package. So another reason I'm so enthusiastic about this curriculum. Going forward to the next slide, you have what I think is really the best example of the way that this curriculum supports our future-ready mindsets with our students. I'm going to give you just a moment to look at my students' work samples. There's a couple here. I'll give you a moment to digest, and then I'll talk some more about these. So both of these work samples, again, are from students in my room. And they are from what's called the Student Companion in the Emerge series. Reading curriculums as a whole, we learned in the advisory committee that reading curriculums, generally speaking, have moved away from the traditional hardback textbook. All of them have some sort of material that's much more interactive for students that really spurs a lot of that collaborative learning and group going after knowledge. So the student text in Emerge is referred to as the Student Companion. These are excerpts directly from the Unit 3 Student Companion that my students use. So this was the more science-based unit. On the left, the Connect Words to Text excerpt. This actually is the fourth step in one of Emerge's really established instructional routines that have really been great for just supporting all the way through the full learning cycle when students are exposed to curricular concepts. So in this Connect Words to Text, what's gone before these activities is step one is usually just a regular old vocab routine where the kids learn definitions and kind of practice using them in context sentences. We have some content integration there. Step two is the routine of reading the story together independently and having some student choice in how that part works. There are some basic comprehension questions that come as the typical step three. And then this Connect Words to Text is sort of the drawing it together assignment that happens for the intermediate grade materials. What we really see here that relates to perseverance and adaptability and agency is the students are figuring out how all of this hangs together. It requires them to tap into the knowledge of their classmates, to tap into the knowledge that they've already annotated in their student companions because they've got those three steps that came right before. And it really requires the students to persevere through that process of the overall knowledge building. It's not just a discrete assignment that they did. And so you can see they don't just have surface knowledge of these vocabulary words. They've drawn the whole process of that four-step routine together so that they really have a synthesized, pretty high-level version of those learning outcomes that we're moving towards in these modules. Moving over to the sample that's on the right, this actually was one of my favorite parts of the routine because I feel like read aloud and listening comprehension is sometimes given short shrift with a lot of our less developed and more traditional reading curriculums, there are a lot of our students that the way that they learn is by hearing, digesting, and then speaking first, and then the writing comes later. That's not a wrong way to learn. It's a unique way to learn that needs to be celebrated. And I loved the listen to read aloud portion of the companions because of that. It allowed my students who really do learn more by listening and speaking first to really shine. And then a lot of times things like this fourth step, connect words to text, they were all the more ready for that because they'd done some of that more preparatory work that was more out loud and read aloud. Really, to tie these two work samples up, if I could tell you what I think the takeaway is on these, is that Emerge allows all students to access content, no matter how they learn or how they digest and communicate information. It allows all of the different types of learners to access the core content and to go deep in it and to accelerate their learning really effectively. It was one of the things that I loved the most about the program. All right. Moving on to student-centric learning, we've had some really good conversations on the Reading Advisory Committee about how classrooms are different, as well they should be if we're really responding to student learning outcomes. If we're really student-centered, which of course we really believe in here in Lake Washington, we should be gathering the types of tools and the types of curriculums that allow us to propel each student forward in their own right. We should be giving each student what they individually need so that they can then come back together and really uniquely contribute as a learning community. Student-centric learning through tech tools in Emerge was one of the ways that I felt like it allowed teachers and students to really approach learning differently. I'll be perfectly honest with you, my classroom is a relatively low-tech classroom. I'm more low-tech this year than I've ever been because that's really what my students' needs are this year. Sometimes I'm a little bit higher tech. And one of the reasons I'm excited about Emerge is it's got this really robust set of technological tools that students can use to spur their discussion and to spur their collaboration with each other. It's not so much, the tech tools in Emerge are not so much geared at just plopping a student in front of a computer and hopefully they learn some things. The tech tools in Emerge really are geared towards student collaboration and them drawing on each other and drawing on sort of the hive mind that we end up having in our classrooms if we're doing it right. I loved in the honestly, small amount that I use the tech tools in my room. I love the way that students were able to really exercise their choice and their agency to make decisions about what's best for their learning as they move through these units. All right. Just a quick word on accessibility. I know I've already touched on it quite a bit. The bottom line on accessibility with Emerge is we really saw the best set of tools, in my opinion, in any of the curriculums that we used in terms of meeting both requirements for accessibility, which are non-negotiable, and then also just giving students, through the tools available in Emerge, a lot of different opportunities so that everybody can access core content equally and accelerate their learning in the way that's right for each of our students. Alrighty, again, I'm just going to quickly touch on competency-driven learning because my favorite part of the presentation that I'm really excited to talk about is ahead. So, competency-driven learning matters. In alignment with our non-negotiables that Malia mentioned earlier, Emerge really does focus on those competencies that we're pushing our students toward. It focuses on competency-driven learning to support student motivation, to support their self-efficacy, really their owning of their own learning, and therefore, at the end of the day, literacy development for all of our learners, no matter how they learn. This is a fantastic quote because it really mirrors what a lot of my students had to say. This is a quote from a third grader, and I'm going to let you just review that real quick and then tell you a bit of what my students had to say as well. Again, more mistakes from me tonight. A quote from a third grade teacher, not their students. So the key word, I think, in this quote from this third grade teacher is that the Emerge materials were unique, I think, for so many of us on the committee, because they were so engaging. As I mentioned, my students were often frustrated when it was time to put our reading work away. I'm in my 9th year in Lake Washington School District, my 12th year as a certificated educator. I have never seen a 4th grader, and I've spent a lot of time with 4th graders, I have never seen a 4th grader whine when I've asked them to put their reading book away. It's usually cheers. It was the opposite with Emerge. My students were excited about this, and clearly you can see that that wasn't just in my classroom. The engagement was so high that acceleration in learning was not hard to come by. It was kind of almost effortless. I'm going to not say that too loud because we're going to teach this for years to come, hopefully. But I'm excited about recommending this curriculum to you, in part because the students love these materials. And when we have things putting in front of our students that they really enjoy learning through, the rest takes care of itself pretty simply. All right. Culminating tasks, let's talk about those. What you see here probably looks like an adorable project. There is way more going on here that meets the eye. I'm going to give you a moment just to examine for a second, and then I'll tell you what I see. So this is a great example of the types of culminating tasks that I think have been so powerful in the Emerge curriculum. Rigor is easy to come by in Emerge. There are great on-ramps, there's a low floor, there's a high ceiling in any task that comes through in this curriculum. And this is a great example of, I think, all of the unique angles that Emerge allows our students to come at, showing what they know. If you look at this work sample, you see some really adorable pictures. But also, in the top bubble on the left, you see cause and effect mastery. Bottom bubble on the left, you see reflection on learning and synthesis of knowledge. It's a pretty high level of mastery when students can synthesize what they've learned. I won't wax eloquent anymore on all the different types of standards that you see reflected in this assignment, but here's the takeaway. This is a task that's consistent with universal design for learning principles. We saw that all over the Emergent curriculum. To allow each of our students to really accelerate in their learning and show their highest and best knowledge mastery, we need universally designed for learning tasks. Emerge is chock full of them. It's the best that I've seen in any of the curriculums that we examined. And this is the type of assignment that allows students, whether they think in pictures first, which a lot of our students do, a lot of our brightest students think in pictures first and then the text comes later, whether they go at it that way or if they go in reverse and text comes first and pictures come later, it really doesn't matter. These types of assignments that are all over Emerge allow our students, no matter who they are, to show what they know really effectively. What's on this slide is the tool that I love. My jaw dropped when I saw this in our training session. You've got two screenshots here. So the one on the left is sort of an aggregate tool that allows us to show growth with a student over time. And then the one on the right, I am excited. I'm really excited to be able to use this tool with my students for a couple of big reasons. The tool on the right is one where you actually can click. Every time you observe a student master a discrete skill or part of a skill, you can click. And you can kind of see the way that the different threads and curricular skills sort of scaffold in together. For every little block that you see, and some of them smaller than other, that indicates the proportionality of the skills that the kids are mastering. For every little section you see on there, that's a place where if I saw a student master that one item, I could click it. It is so helpful as a teacher when you're just trying to know at all times where everybody is with each thing that we're teaching. It's so helpful to have something that is so easy to just click and go. Super accessible to aggregate data for teachers. But who needs to own their learning the most if we're doing it right? Students. This is a fantastic tool for students to have a visual as to where they've gone, where they still need to go, so that they can set some goals. And so this is a really powerful tool for students to look at and chart their own course as they own their own learning. But it's also a great tool for students to communicate with each other. Again, we pull in that SEL basis. Oh, hey, I haven't mastered this part yet. I'm feeling sad. And then neighbor's easy to say, well, look, but you got the 2 ones right next to him. You're going to get this, no problem. You got this. Those kinds of conversations accelerate learning, which is what we want. Another thing that I think is going to be a real asset to our students with this particular tool is that it will allow students to use their data to communicate with their families and with their caregivers. Some of the latest research I know that we've been talking about at Rachel Carson indicates that sometimes parents don't have an accurate picture of where their student is centering in terms of skill levels and performance levels. The more that students can communicate with their parents, and they're the ones that see them every day, I think the better off we are in terms of families and caregivers and students and teachers all being engaged in this cycle that really continues to move our students forward. All right, and I think with that,
thank you.
I'm going to pass the torch back to Whitney. Thank you so much.
So on top of all of the exciting things that clearly these amazing educators have really dove into and explored, we know that that's not going to happen without support for teachers, right? And so one of the things that's really exciting about Emerge is that there are those embedded supports. There's built-in professional learning opportunities. They have what is almost like a textbook, like a Emerge Essentials text that you can go in to look at all of the research and see what you need. There's also program training modules. There's videos that go through model lessons as well as the research. So one of the biggest shifts we're seeing in those updated Washington State ELA standards is that shift to really focusing on building background knowledge and teaching comprehension through text, teaching vocabulary through text. And all of that is apparent and obvious in Emerge and the way that the instruction is delivered. And if teachers need more information on that, not only is there videos of that happening in classrooms, but there's also videos from leading experts explaining why we need that and how that's advantageous to support literacy instruction and really support those learners. And just as with everything we do, we will have all of these resources, which is so great, but we'll continue to build more resources to monitor, to collect feedback, to adjust and respond as needed so that we can make sure that we are supporting teachers every step of the way and they feel like they have what is needed to successfully implement Emerge in their classrooms. Another really strong portion of Emerge is that caregiver and family partnership. So the opportunity to access the student portal, there's home to school connections that help explain some of the concepts and topics. That vertical articulation between the concepts as students continue to build also provides an exciting way for siblings that may be in different grades to have some of those conversations about the topics that are continuously woven throughout. There is also an introduction video, the scope and sequence, and lots of resources to support engagement, along with transparent communication to support student growth. And instead of having a quote about that from a teacher, Heather has a great experience that she had that really spotlighted how students grew and accelerated. So I'm going to have her come up and share just a little something about her experience with that shared partnership and learning.
All right, I'm back again, just a short amount this time. So I have a student this year. He's one of my most complex learners that I've ever taught. He does receive special education services, and this is a student who just has a fabulous personality. He is bright. He's incredibly bright, has a wonderful sense of humor, and his parents knew this. I knew from his previous teachers that this was the case, but we weren't seeing this come out in class very much. We knew it was there. The question was, how were we going to get it out of him? Because he's just such a great guy. So Through the fall, Mom and Dad and I had a number of conferences kind of laying the foundation with some of our writing instructional techniques through the Writing Revolution. And when we started piloting Emerge, because Emerge and the Writing Revolution fit so well together, we really had a wonderful opportunity for me to send some of the copies of the Emerge materials home. Mom and Dad were able to support at home, again, with the odd conference now and again to kind of coach them on how to teach some of these materials. And what we saw was pretty astonishing. My student who previously, although he's incredibly bright, just wasn't interacting with his classmates very much. We really saw, after about the first 3 weeks using these Emerge materials with a homeschool partnership that was pretty strong, we saw this new wave of my students engaging in class discussion, answering questions, offering comments during discussions. He was working collaboratively with his peers, sometimes a partner, sometimes in a small group. And he really sharply increased the volume of written work that he was putting out. We were all pretty thrilled by that, especially as Mom and Dad. And I think perhaps the most beautiful thing, it's kind of an emotional moment for me, we had just moment after moment in my room where, with using these materials, we had students all over my room saying, "Oh my gosh, so-and-so is so smart. Oh, he picks up stuff from stories so fast. He knows his vocabulary so well. He creates so many good sentences. Oh, his SPOs," that's a Writing Revolution tool, "his SPOs are so good and he can do them faster than anybody. Oh my gosh, he's so smart." It's been amazing. Just like one of the highlights of my career so far. I don't think that's exaggerating, just to watch the way that the Emerge materials have helped me build that parent partnership, and just really open some doors that I don't even know that I knew could be opened. And I'm just so grateful for that. So I know you were excited. I know you knew that I was excited before. And that was really just the crowning glory for me, and I'm so grateful to have participated in the pilot.
Now you know why I couldn't summarize that into a slide. So yes, it was just when she was talking to me about her experience and story, I just knew that that was just so impactful. And when we really think about why we're all here for students, you know, how we can really be in service of students and making sure that we're supporting every learner in our district. And so hopefully you've seen how Emerge can connect to our core values. And really, we have that emphasis on equity, excellence, and student belonging. And I wanted to share just a few more examples of student culminating tasks here. And I think, well, actually, I'll just give you a second to look at them. So one thing I loved about these is they came from the same classroom, they had the same prompt, and students had that autonomy to be able to choose how they wanted to show their learning. And both of them offered pathways to demonstrate mastery without it being, there's only one way to show that you know something, right? So this really, the culminating tasks really offer opportunities for students to be creative, for them to find joy in how they want to show their learning, for them to be innovative, for them to have voice in sharing what they're learning, providing those more equitable learning experiences, as well as opportunities to collaborate so that they can demonstrate their knowledge in a way that makes the most sense to them. And so as we look ahead, The focus of year one is really on orientation and ongoing professional learning. So really thinking about how can we support our school leaders, how can we support our instructional coaches, how can we support all of our educators with making sure that we have both synchronous and asynchronous learning as teachers begin implementing. We want to make sure that everyone feels supported, that we're not just offering a one and done training where they don't feel like there's that ongoing support to continue to help with effective implementation, and more than just focused on just the materials themselves, but really thinking about the coaching, the learning, the ongoing support that we'll continue to offer so that we can make sure that teachers have what they need so that they feel prepared to teach with confidence and excitement. As we think about our next steps, as always, you're going to have your next steps, but just like we did throughout this entire process, we might need to be flexible and adapt and continue to do so because we really are focused on creating the best learning experience for students possible. We're going to continue to meet and communicate clearly not only with the advisory members, but with all of our stakeholders, caregivers, students, collecting data, refining our practices, and considering all of that as we plan for year two and thinking about what do we need to continue to revisit and refine as we deepen our implementation and support for learning. And really, I have so much gratitude for the reading advisory participants all these years who stuck with me and the community members who engaged in reviewing the materials and providing feedback, the students who participated in the pilot with that enthusiasm and shared all of their work, their thinking, and their voice in what they feel like is best for their learning as well. We had a third grade teacher tell us that her students were so excited because they didn't feel like they had ever had an opportunity to help guide a decision like this before. And that was super exciting because I have a third grader of my own and I'm like, that would mean a lot to a third grade student, right? To feel like they have some say in that. And then also thank you so much to the board. None of this would be possible without the collaboration and support of everyone that has been involved.
Thank you so much. Dr. Holman, do you have a comment?
I do. I have a few comments. First, I just want to point out that over the last couple of years, we've had a number of curriculum adoptions, and I hope the board is starting to see consistent instructional practice and pedagogy that really is interwoven in these curricula that we're identifying. And as the team goes through these processes, the commitment to high quality instruction that's culturally responsive, that has tools that teachers can use to engage their entire classroom of learners. These are themes that we're seeing really throughout all of our curriculum adoptions, and the team did such a great job tonight of pointing out, how learners can access in this curriculum adoption English language arts, reading, writing within the general education curriculum. I think another, I've seen over the years, you may have heard the term a guaranteed and viable curriculum. That's educational speak. I realize that, but it's essentially saying we want a curriculum that is guaranteed to all of our learners, because we believe that guaranteeing that learning and those outcomes for our students is essential, and that every student deserves to have access to a guaranteed and viable curriculum. I've seen some districts say that means here is the lockstep program that teachers are going to walk through. You need to be on page X or lesson X on this date, and if you're not offering our students a guaranteed and viable curriculum. I see it much different than that. What we have here is a set of tools that are backed by research. They're grounded in universal design for learning. They have both tangible resources, technology tools, tools for the students, tools for the teachers, tools for the families. This is as good a literacy curriculum as I've ever seen. And to hear the stories of our students, of our teachers, talk about using these resources. I think the other thing that stands out is the embedding of content. You saw the strands, literary, science, social studies. We know that building knowledge and background knowledge really does empower our students across all content areas to learn and grow and develop their skills. And so you saw kind of the nod to what does the rollout plan look like. The partnership that we will establish with our teachers, our building leaders related to this really is about how do we ensure that every student in their literacy block every day is participating in this curriculum. There is, historically there's been reasons why our teachers have had to deviate and walk away from some of our curriculum choices. This is a curriculum that, as we think about who are the learners that have succeeded in our system, that have possibly whatever curriculum choice was okay, but we also look at the historically who hasn't had access to rigorous learning, and consistently we see that it's about 12 to 15% of our students, and predictably we know who those students are. And so as we think about how do we eliminate achievement gaps, it's by high quality materials in the hands of highly trained, highly professional educators who have the tools and the skills to diagnose what their students need, and providing that rich experience each and every day. And so as we think about this rollout, it's really going to be in partnership for having the absolute most rigorous and robust literacy experiences every day for our learners to achieve what the team pointed out as one of our KPIs is every student literate by third grade. Continuing to do what we've done in the past won't get us to that KPI. I can assure us of that because it's been tried so many different places. And so doubling down on really high quality curriculum. We've been doing training related to instructional practice. We have exceptional teachers in this school district. And so I'm just really excited about adopting a curriculum like this. Makes me want to come back and teach fourth grade again. It just seeing all of the tools and opportunities that kids, teachers, and families have in this are exceptional. So when we talk about the rollout plan, it's also just a commitment that the organization is making to what does a literacy block look like in every school, in every grade level across our school district. So just wanted to talk a little bit about those couple things as the board dialogues as well.
Thank you. Any questions? Director Richter, were you raising your hand?
I was seeing if anyone else wanted to ask anything first, but I think looking at this and then listening to what everyone had to say, I mean, we're out there looking for the best curriculum possible, and it sounds like we had a group evaluating that was also committed to that level of excellence, so thank you. I think I can say for everyone for doing that work, and to the kids who got to test it out for us. Trying to think how to I'm a practical person, so I'm thinking about our budget and such. I love all of this, and I suspect that in our new world order, we don't get textbooks anymore. And we have a lot of very cool materials that are going to be just a yearly cost. I'm actually trying to lead to when the voters are looking at like our levies and such, does this actually come out of our does the state pay for this, or are we coming from local funds for this, or like how's this playing out? I mean, it's worth the money, I think, for sure, but I'm just curious kind of where it fits in.
Yeah, so we have a curriculum budget that It's a budget that rolls over every year, and so there's some years that when we do an adoption, we're planning for that over time. And so this would be one of those areas that, yes, we do receive some dollars from the state and the district funds some of this as well. This is not one of those curricula that is heavy on, remember the math adoption? Much of that was coming from our capital technology levy. And so this adoption will come primarily from the curriculum adoption budget. If I was just pulling up the sit rec for the board, I was trying to see if the actual dollars and cents were in there. But if I remember correctly, this is a substantially lower cost than the math curriculum that we just, nope, okay, the head is being shaken. Dr. Rose, do you just want to come speak to it real quick about the dollars and cents of it?
Yes, and I'm sorry I don't have the cost right in front of me, but the math one was actually a little bit less. The math was entirely digital. So this one has a substantial cost because there are a significant physical component to it, but part of it is digital as well. So some of the money is coming from CapTech, and we have been saving for several years to be able to buy this, and we're actually going to be paying for it like in chunks over the next few years so that we can afford it. So we also felt that it was worth it. It's interesting because I actually think, I don't know if Barbara will remember this, I actually think we might be paying less than we did for Wonders in 2012. So.
Appreciate that. Just wanted it out in the air so our community too knew the care we're putting into this. Thank you.
James.
I had a very specific question that I think it's a hard question too that you guys might not be able to answer, but throughout the presentation I heard like research backed and like there's a lot of research going into this. And I do believe that, and when I looked it up online, there were a lot of authors who are doctorates and have so many papers. But what makes the 2012 curriculum or the 2000 curriculum or the 1964 paper uncredible, and what makes this new research, what does it mean to be research backed? What specific papers are we looking at, and are those credible? And when we compare McGraw's, oh God, I forgot the name already, with Emerge, with the 5 other programs that were also considered, is there something about McGraw's that makes it better than the others? The research behind it is what is this? The difference in this curriculum to other curriculums and our past curriculum?
Great question. So over the course since and just starting with 1964, there was a very different way of teaching and pedagogy that teachers were using in classrooms. And then in the 90s, it turned into more of a balanced literacy where it was whole language and units of study and things that have now been debunked as far as effective. They're not evidence-based resources. And so we've really leaned into the science of reading resources, and I'm happy to send you some links to those if you're interested, but just really thinking about what do kids need in a comprehensive curriculum. Thinking about those foundational skills, which is around the science of reading, but also the knowledge building. So those were 2 things that kind of set apart strong foundations as well as strong knowledge building components.
Thank you. And before I ask my question, if that's okay, I just want to thank you all for this work. I think this was great. I really enjoyed the presentation, and I enjoyed how there's a lot of science in that, coming from someone who's I'm really interested in science, and I really appreciate how much work has been put into this over the 5 years and over all these years, and all the teachers in our district and everything that all of our faculty do. My second question is related to AI. Obviously, we've seen LLMs and AI get better and better at writing. I've seen that honestly firsthand since I tried ChatGPT in 9th grade. I think K-5 is very important for English learners, like probably the most foundational time for them to learn language, if I have that right.
You do.
What are we doing to prepare these students for, I guess it's like AI's ability to write at such a high level, or at least at a level that are above like middle schoolers and most high schoolers, and how that fits into university or workplace, where I think most university students use AI and most professionals also use AI. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think embedded in Emerge are ways to teach students how to write, the foundations of writing. And so they're responding and learning to write through the curricular tools. And so I think that before we're pivoting to AI, which you've probably learned in your own education, that sometimes AI isn't completely correct, and really having students learn the strengths and the pitfalls of using AI. The focus in the classroom will primarily be on learning through the text, the digital resources, and actually writing things out. Does that get at what you're...
Yeah, I think I'm asking because I see my classmates or even myself where I supplement some of like maybe pitfalls in my English writing ability with AI, because it's easier to use AI than it is to learn how to write well. And I'm worried that, underclassmen, high school, middle schoolers, or even fifth graders who have access to ChatGPT, it's just one Google search away, are going to use these to supplement their learning. And I think when we see professionals who are like 20 use it, it's like they already have this foundation. But I am worried that if fourth graders use it, they won't be learning.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's much that this curriculum specifically can do, more of a parent thing to do or individually student. But I wanted to see if there was any insight into this.
Yeah, I think you mentioned our multilingual learner. Sorry, I can't see you. I'm a little short for this. You mentioned our multilingual learners, and I think that one of the really powerful parts of Emerge is that the opportunities for speaking and listening. Heather touched on it. So much of what the learning that happens is in those rich, deep conversations and that collaborative work before anything goes down on paper. We know that oftentimes when we're thinking about the 4 language domains and how they develop, that speaking and listening is so important, especially for students to practice. And then really the idea of critical thinking. So as we're thinking about what Emerge brings to offer, we're really asking students to think critically, to have that, to not only just have that joy in learning, but also criticality when they're consuming information. And I think that that's one of the things that, although it doesn't directly align to AI, but like you said, if you're using AI to enhance something, you need to be able to read that and think critically about, like, does this get at what I'm trying to get at? Is this actually value added, or is it not value added? And I think that those skills of thinking critically, of consuming information, of being able to communicate the information that you're learning are all embedded. And hopefully also, not only that, but we're having those conversations as well to develop the language, and so that can also help transform to the written composition. Does that answer your question, kind of?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Director Yoakum.
First of all, thank you all for your time and your commitment on the committee, and anyone else who was listening who put in years on this, and also for preparing and presenting this evening. Appreciate that. And I think I might be stealing one of your questions, President Guthrie, at least from the math curriculum adoption. And I wanted to ask, what do you feel is missing from this curriculum, or aspects of this curriculum that could be more robust?
For me, and I know a number of my table mates at the fourth grade part of the advisory committee, I think the thing that was noticeably absent from Emerge, as it was for every single one of the curriculums that we reviewed, was representation of LGBTQIA families, community members, and students. I wish that was there. It was not there with any of the curriculums. I will say that what I have appreciated with Emerge is I felt like Emerge did have a much better general foundation of that idea of acceptance of self and others, really no matter who you are. And so while Emerge wasn't quite there with representing everybody who's present in Lake Washington School District, I do feel like Emerge was ahead of every other curriculum we reviewed. Thank you.
And just in response to that being something to work on, we're also going to be curating and giving texts to teachers that do bring in the LGBTQIA plus texts and books for our students, so that we're not, even though the curriculum doesn't have it, we will still represent that within our classrooms.
Director Meekhoff.
Hi there. I just wanted to chime in and say thank you very much for all the time and energy spent on this. Director Guthrie can probably answer my question, but I thought just for the larger group, I wanted to ask what this looks like for students with dyslexia, dysgraphia, how are their needs integrated? And also on the last question, I'm wondering if you can provide feedback on the curriculum in terms of representation.
Absolutely. With the foundational skills components, and then the through line through the text on meeting the needs of our students with reading difficulty, including dyslexia, it's within the curriculum for that to happen. We have a great relationship with McGraw-Hill, and we've just met with them last week to talk about some things that we were hoping for, and they're getting on it for us. So that relationship and respectful communication that we have with one another is really benefiting the district, and will continue to do so.
James.
I think I'm also going to steal a question that me and the other student rep, who's unfortunately in Atlanta right now, asked for the math adoption. But were there any, so we saw a lot of student input that was positive, like I love this, I like that. Were there any students that had negative feedback or any prominent feedback that wasn't positive, I guess?
So I actually inputted and read through hundreds of student surveys, and I would say that the negative, and I didn't really see it as negative, thing that I was like, I didn't like this because it was so hard. I had to do so much work and things like that, but there wasn't anything about, I think that a lot of students were stretched, right? I think their thinking was stretched. They were asked to think about science and social studies during reading time. You know, they were asked to apply some of their knowledge and make those connections to learning and other parts of their day. And I think that is really hard work, and it's also really necessary work, right? We know that knowledge is sticky, and we want students to have that knowledge to stick other knowledge to it. I didn't read any comments that were negative, as in like, I don't like this because of like whatever the content was. It was really just that it was stretching them, that it was hard, that they were being asked to apply their thinking and to participate in those conversations, and that it was rigorous.
Thank you. That's like actually good to hear, because I can imagine fourth graders saying that. Like, oh, it's so hard. But I think that's a good thing, because I don't want like the student inputs of like, oh, I like it because it's easy. Because I think that's the easy thing to do, is like, if you give them a really fun puzzle, but or I don't know, a fun activity, but they don't learn anything. They'll say they enjoy it, but if it's not hard, I don't think they're really learning to their full potential. My other question is, as we see like media consumption and YouTube and like attention spans getting shorter, and I think students are reading books less and less. And I believe there's research that shows like if you read more, your ELA comprehension is definitely higher. I don't know if McGraw specifically with curriculum, if this question applies to this adoption, but are there ways we're encouraging these young students to read and develop those reading habits that will bring them throughout the rest of their lifespan, as we see reading going down and attention spans coming down and people watching YouTube going up, I guess.
Do you want me to do it, or do you want to do it from your classroom experiences? I've got something I can say. Yeah, go ahead.
One of our units was weather. And like I was saying, it's kind of umbrella weather, and then each week it had a concept. So the first week was describing weather. And then it was, how does weather change? And then the other one is, how do we prepare for weather? And what I noticed is kids were looking in my library for weather books. So they were getting excited. In kindergarten, they're not actually reading the full text. Well, some are. But they're looking at those pictures and they're learning from just that, or asking me questions. What does this mean? Ms. Pullen, can you read this book to us? So the topics and the genres that were covered was getting them excited, and hopefully in other classrooms we're asking them to go farther and find those books. And maybe our librarians help us and find those books on those units. So I can see that happening.
Thank you.
I had a question too. The board at a lot of our school visits, increasing numbers of school visits over the past 2 years, has seen UFly more and more, to the point now where I just expect that when we walk into an elementary school, we're going to see that in our class. And knowing that that's a really high quality curricular tool for developing especially those foundational skills. How are you thinking about how UFly fits with Emerge? Does it fit with Emerge? What can we expect when we're walking into elementary schools next year?
So we're currently doing a pilot in 5 of our elementary schools of teaching UFly whole class. And in kindergarten, what did I say?
You just said whole class.
Oh, whole class in kindergarten, thanks, Whit. And we're meeting with the group of pilot teachers to gather their feedback and inputs around a recommendation on whether we're using that full class in any of our very primary grade levels. It will continue to be used for small group instruction, and as it fits with our Emerge context. Is there anything you want to add there?
No, I was just going to say that in K1, on the slide that Sarah shared, you can see the foundational skills was kind of a separate block. So pending what that group kind of decides and recommends to move forward, would be very easily used in conjunction to support, as we know that it really is that systematic and explicit, as is Emerge, on teaching students to learn to read. But the excitement around UFly has been very exciting for me as well. So I appreciate that you're seeing it out in schools.
Any other questions? All right. I will now entertain a motion to approve the recommendation of the Reading Advisory Committee to adopt the Elementary English Language Arts Instructional Materials as approved by the Instructional Materials Committee, Emerge, from McGraw-Hill.
So moved.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Director LaLiberty and seconded by Director Richter that the board approve the recommendation of the Reading Advisory Committee and the Instructional Materials Committee. Is there any discussion?
Just one
Director
thing to say.
LaLiberty, yes.
Yeah, when I think about these processes every time, there's like 2 things I look for. Like, one is was there a rigorous process that was in place to evaluate it? Check here. Obviously, and then two, was the process and the outcome consistent with the values and the policies that this board's put in place? And again, yes. And so just Whitney, Kelly, really appreciate all of the work and the leadership on this for the past few years, and the outcome is pretty neat too. So thank you. I'm excited to vote for this.
Any other discussion? No? Yeah, I wanted to say a few things too. Thank you to everybody who's put this time in. Last week at the committee meeting, Kelly, you had a slide, or maybe it was Whitney, I forget. But talking about the core commitment here to ensure equity, coherence, and rigor for all students. And I think tonight is really an opportunity to reinforce that commitment. Not that it's not happening every day in our system, because I see it, I know that it is. But just taking this opportunity to really reinforce that. We know that we have some of the highest ELA scores in the state. And we know that that is not good enough for the 5 of us up here, and I think throughout our system, because we know that there are students who aren't seeing that same level of success. We haven't met that commitment for all students yet. Thinking about the student who is already bilingual, biliterate in 2 languages, and we have the honor of ensuring that they get there for English too as their 3rd language. Thinking about the student who entered our system in 5th grade and is barely reading, and don't know what happened before, but right now they're here and they're with us, and we have the opportunity to make a real difference in their lives. Thinking about the student whose the language and literacy centers of their brain were surgically removed. Maybe that's just me. But that student can read too. So this curriculum I see as taking a big step towards affirming that commitment, making that commitment real for all of our students. And we know it's not enough on its own. Our staff is going to be really important in all of this. And luckily, we have some of the best staff in the state. I believe that with all my heart. Our job up here, I think, is to support our amazing staff in implementing this curriculum, making this really successful, and making that commitment real, because I believe that we can get there. And that's what I want to see. So this is really exciting. There's a lot of work that's come to this moment, and I think you're just at the beginning. This is where the real work begins. So thank you for all that you've done, and we're here to support that. That's what we're here to do, because it matters for our students. All right, hearing no further discussion, we will proceed to vote on the motion. All those in favor, please signify by voting aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you. All right, tonight we will monitor OE3, Treatment of Community Stakeholders, one of our 14 operational expectations policies. Through these policies, the board establishes its values about how the school district is expected to operate, and they express conditions that must exist as business is conducted. The monitoring reports contain the superintendent's interpretation of policy language, a review of current conditions, and monitoring data. The monitoring actions make up part of the board's oversight of the organization and assures the board that its operational standards have been met. Following the presentation, the board will have an opportunity for questions and comments. Dr. Holman, will you please present a summary of the monitoring report?
I will. President Guthrie and I have had this conversation about OE3, and I thought I'd just bring it to the full board. It's interesting as we're kind of wrestling with our governance system. We're taking a compliance-based system and working to be aspirational about it, and then turning that aspiration into compliance. And as I read through this policy, I think the board did a very nice job of articulating your hopes and dreams for the organization, for this community, for our staff. I think about the first sentence. in your opening. The board believes that inclusive and equitable collaboration with all stakeholders in our community is essential to achieving our goal of providing a high-quality education to all students. And as I think about the language that the board has selected, and then putting it into a report with numbers and data, and it just didn't resonate with me as I was reading it, kind of thinking about what we all want for engagement, what we know there's a feeling that people have when they feel connected. And that is the essence of community engagement, is connection. And that connection leads to relationship. And that relationship, we all believe, leads to greater student outcomes. And then I provide some numbers for the board. I mean, and so as we think about kind of measuring compliance of our aspirational policies, the board's aspirational policies, yes, we'll continue to have numbers and data and things like that. And as Associate Superintendent Ortega and I were talking, it's really the stories that paint the picture of what we're working towards that does a better job in articulating the board's values. Because if you click to the next slide, the directive to the superintendent, shall maintain an organizational culture that is inclusive, values diversity, develops trust, and treats families and members of the community with respect, dignity, and courtesy, consistent with recognizing them as sources of knowledge, expertise, and solutions. Well, we're not going to be able to quantify that. We're just not going to be able to. And so really being intentional about what stories and what narrative are we bringing forward to the board that actually starts to bridge the gap between compliance and what the board is truly seeking for the organization. And so that's a tension that I've been kind of grappling with that I wanted to share with the board. We're probably still not quite there within the report, but we're making progress. How about that? This is the second time we've monitored OE3, and my hope is that we actually get OE3 into a similar cycle with all of our monitoring, so that it's a little earlier in the year. You're still in the report going to see, you'll see some data from 24-25, which is actually what technically we should be monitoring, but you're also going to see some nod to the 25-26 year in the report as we're doing conducting our planning through the work plan process. My hope is that OE3 is earlier in the cycle. You will see some of the same data next year as we monitor, but it will be solely focused on the 25-26 school year, like all of our monitoring reports are. Want to thank Director Yoakum for calling out that the report was missing a couple key words. Some of the policy is the superintendent will, and there's some things that are expected, and then there's some will nots. And there was a will not missing, and there was some wills missing, and those are really key to the board's policies. The other thing that caused my heart to stop today was there are now 10 policy components in OE3. In your monitoring report, you have 9. Most recently, we adopted a new policy component related to enrollment that we're still in the process of interpreting and conducting and identifying indicators of compliance. And so I just wanted to bridge that gap as well, that what is online isn't actually what's being monitored. Strike through 3.8, and we have 9 components that are being monitored tonight. So if you click to the next, again, this is being presented in compliance with noted exceptions. Yes, areas are noted as in compliance, and it just feels like overall it's like work in progress. this area. And so tonight, Associate Superintendent Ortega has 4 stories that he wants to share with the board. Some you're acutely aware of, others are maybe things you don't know about. And so appreciate him kind of pulling some of this information together to really paint a picture of the work that's going on in the system. Pablo?
Awesome. Thank you so much. Good evening, board members. Thank you, Dr. Holman. As Dr. Holman mentioned, I'm going to focus on 4 narratives that we pulled out directly from your monitoring report that you should have received about a week ago. The first one having to do with language access. In the report, we talked about number of interpreters, minutes that were requested, things like that. That's obviously very important and quantifiable, but I also want to talk about the stories. Dr. Holman had mentioned that some of you are already familiar with our work. I didn't realize this, and we didn't see it either in the picture that I showed, but there's photographic evidence that some of you really were aware of our our initiatives. This is a picture that we took, and you might recognize Director Richter there in the bottom left. You're welcome. I didn't know that beforehand, so I apologize. This is one of our tech nights that we hosted at one of our middle schools. We've done a few since the middle of 2024. 3 at our middle schools for Spanish-speaking families, 2 high schools, 1 for Spanish-speaking families, and then the most recent one a couple months back for Russian-speaking families. One of our high schools determined that that was a population of folks that they were looking to focus on in order to provide them with information on just the basic technology that we use here, like Parent Square, Skyward, things like that. But beyond that, Tech Nights also provide families with information about Running Start, HiCap, AP, all these specialized programs that we know can sometimes be a barrier for some of our language minority families, to give them a glimpse of, hey, there's other things besides your day-to-day access to education that are available to you and your student. The other thing I want to talk about is I showed you within the report, just very numerical, numbers driven. This is a graphical representation of minutes requested through Language Line, our service provider, via telephone for families in our schools. As you can see, Spanish is the language that's most requested by our families, followed by Portuguese, Russian, Mandarin, and Arabic to round out the top 6 languages there. And so again, just a different view of what you would have seen in the report. The formatting's a little funky, and so I just didn't even bother trying to play with it. So you got a bunch of text heavy, and I apologize for that. But another component of these requests that Dr. Holman had mentioned earlier is like it's hard to really talk about this. As you can see here, there's 2 different representations that I'm showing you. On the left, it's general education interpretation requests, and it's segmented to Language Line, that's the telephone service, in-house interpreters, that's staff members who have availability and are able to interpret on the spot. There's guest interpreters is what we call them, but they're contractors. Those are folks that can be requested by schools or district office to come in, help interpret for families. Agencies, there are times where we've got specialized languages, for example, American Sign Language. It's really hard for us to secure those services, so we have to phone a friend, have an agency send us a specialist in order to be able to provide the interpretation, and then you get a grand total, right? So you could see on the left, it's 102,000 minutes. The call out that I wanted to show you all is on special education. They actually buck the trend. They go in the opposite direction in terms of Language Line is very convenient, so I'm not going to knock that. You've got a discipline issue, you've got something urgent, you need to pick up the phone and get somebody quickly that has those language skills, so that obviously is valuable. But when you're talking about very crucial decisions that you're going to make as a family, and you want to have exact language in terms of the technical approach that educators are going to take with your treasure that you're sending us to your school, which happens to, or what happens often in special education conversations, you'll notice that our special education friends use guest interpreters, that human touch, more than any other format of interpretation. It's not easy. You have to secure an interpreter a couple weeks in advance, make sure that the night before they know that they're coming tomorrow to the IP meeting, to the 504, to whatever it is. And so it takes a little bit more work on the ground. but our families tell us through and through that that's what they prefer. They want that human touch as opposed to the telephone. So as part of our language access work here in the district, we're trying to get the bottom right to mirror, or excuse me, the bottom left to mirror the bottom right here in terms of using those guest interpreters. Another narrative that I wanted to focus on was the high school day. As Dr. Holman had mentioned, we engage with our families and our communities in many of our most crucial decisions, and this was one of them. We shared decision-making with our multi-stakeholder input group. A work group was formed, and the district was able to make an informed decision in regards to high school day. Here's some of the modalities that we use to reach our community, from in-person community forums, through surveys, through staff forums, and to this day we're still having ongoing communication regarding this decision. Some of the themes that our families and students pointed out to us during this engagement were, they wanted to make sure we paid attention to electives and program access, student pathways and flexibility, bless you, equity and student experience, as well as fine arts impact. And here's some of the tangible ways that families and student input was made actionable. Passing time, homeroom/advisory, block periods, performing arts investment. And of course, when we take those input from the community, we also have to stand them up against our district priorities as well as our obligations. And so here you can see some of those two dichotomies and how they play off one another in terms of us being able to provide our district with the most sound decision possible. So throughout this process, we were intentional about seeking our other perspectives. Our decision was informed by these perspectives, and we'll continue to partner with that community as this decision continues to evolve. All right, so I already showed you one picture. I don't think it was embarrassing, so I think it was okay. Here's another picture from one of our folks here in the dais. Here's Dr. Holman and Dr. Mapp. And I'll talk about family engagement and innovation lab sites. I promise this is the last picture we'll put up there from one of you all. And I'll talk about who Dr. Mapp is in a little bit as well. But Lake Washington School District is a teaching and learning organization. That means that we also have to be willing to grow as a district. And that's what we're doing in terms of family engagement. We're trying to move away from the traditional family involvement, curriculum nights, cultural events, those things. It's not that they're not important, but at the end of the day, how are those events, or how is our interaction with families pointed at their student success? And the work that we've been doing with Dr. Mapp and Dr. Bergman is getting at that. It's how do we make sure that our engagement with the families is genuinely two-way, so not talking at them, but working with them, that it's learning-centered, that it's, student success is the end game in terms of our interaction, and that we're also building trust within those relationships. So aside from district-wide learning, another approach that we've taken with our engagement with Dr. Mapp and Dr. Bergman has been this idea of innovation sites. So we implemented an application process where school sites were able to say, hey, I want to learn and I want to focus on genuine family engagement, and I want to work with these two experts as well as the internal folks from the Student Engagement and Excellence Department. And so they signed up and said, yeah, I'd like to be a part of that process. And just know that while it's innovation sites now, that work will actually turn into a framework that will be implemented across the entire district. And so we were intentional about selecting at every grade level and also selecting various regions within our district. It's 2025, 2026 that we're in right now. So what is it going to be May soon? A lot of work has happened in the meantime. We had a district-wide launch back in November. We're in the picture that I showed you earlier with Dr. Holman and Dr. Mapp. That's where that was from. We've had our innovation lab site selected and launched back in January. We're in the middle of coaching and implementation. We've provided personalized professional learning back in March. all of this is culminating to a couple of things. One, in spring of 2026, obviously we're implementing and refining our engagement practices. Our lab sites are going to present to the District Leadership Week series of activities in August. And then finally, family engagement strategies will be expanded and executed across all LWSD sites, reaching every family. The work that's happening here is also related to not only OE14, but also our administrative equity policy. Some of you were a part of this board, and you know that that was work, that was years of work, receiving community input. One of the asks from our community was that we develop a family engagement framework. And so this board and LWSD staff is holding true to that commitment. And the hope is that in the future, this will be added to the administrative equity policy. Some of the things that our innovation sites are involved with are family listening sessions. I spoke to Dr. Holman earlier today about one of those sessions that I was actually a part of, where the families were invited to participate in a family listening session, and they spoke their language while the rest of us had to wear headsets so that we could understand, and we had live interpreters there so that we could understand what the families were saying in terms of their experience during the school day. We talked about home visits and proactive outreach to our families. One of our innovation sites has really taken that to heart. Dr. Bergman has developed national framework for home visits. And let me look at my notes real quick. So I want to make sure that I call out some of the tenets to what home visits should look like. He talks about home visits being voluntary, that educators should be trained, that these visits should end with sharing hopes and dreams for our students, that we don't target students, and that educators go in pairs in order to reflect. So those are some of the things that are happening now at our innovation sites. Okay. And then this is the final narrative that I'll share, and that's regarding highly capable and community review. Again, another committee, that was years of work. I participated in that committee as well as some other folks on the board. A variety of voices were present for this engagement, and a deliberate interest-based process was followed, and this board was informed as well. When we've engaged with our various stakeholders, here's some of the elements that kind of rose to the top. Social emotional support being provided for students, that more equity and identification of students who are eligible for HiCap be identified and implemented, that professional development occur for teachers who are delivering our service model, and that there's a coherent K-8 continuum to the services that we provide. Some of the ways that we communicated with our community are listed here through thought exchange, through focus groups, public webinars, ongoing communication. And so how did that turn into our priorities? Again, equity and access being important, belonging and social emotional learning, barrier identification. Sometimes the absence of data is data. So as we were convening this work group, we noticed that there were certain groups of our community that weren't present. And so that meant that we had to take that extra step to determine, well, why weren't you present, and how can we get you to be a part of this community? And then finally, differentiated support for teachers as well as school leaders in terms of how to implement our service model. And so again, that's just beyond the stats and the quantifiable information that you received in a monitoring report. I feel like this was a way for us to give you more of a glimpse in terms of the work that's currently happening and will continue to happen, in regards to family engagement.
Are there any questions? Director Yoakum?
I thank you. And this, I think I'm sitting here trying to figure out how to take my questions, because I think this is a very different structure and format that has been presented, which I do really, really appreciate. And I appreciate the mention at the beginning, Dr. Holman, that it's, would you say that we're taking a compliance-based system, trying to be aspirational and turning those aspirations into compliance. Like, I was just having this conversation with Director Meekhoff today. Like, I was sitting here smiling as you were saying that, because it was essentially everything you said was what the two of us discussed on the phone. So I have questions, and I feel like I'm trying to find a way to wrap those questions into the presentation, but they also focus on the monitoring report. Is that okay to kind of go about that? Okay. So I really like the focus of using stories to paint pictures. And, I just want to call you Pablo, but I need like your whole blah, 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 Ortega.
Yes.
I don't remember what it all is. Thank you, Associate Super. I am so sorry. I just know you as Pablo, so that is hard for me.
That is my name, so.
I apologize. And I know that is how you present. That is just also who you are. So that really, I understand your presentation this way, and it resonates. I'm going to 3.1 because I think in 3.1 it's a focus on SIPs, and I think that our SIPs are also an opportunity to paint those pictures for the whole district, but then also at our individual schools. I think that's just an opportunity, not through a presentation, but through those documents that really can give us insight of to what is happening. And I really liked in the monitoring report in 3.1 how it was split up into here's what's happening at elementary, middle, and secondary. And it's, I felt like elementary, there was this proactive system-wide feedback. There were feedback tools used at that level to inform school priorities. And then secondary kind of felt that communication appears more reactive, maybe more focusing heavily on individual student intervention. So I guess my question, getting to it, would be what steps is the district taking with all of our administrators, all of our principals, especially in secondary, to kind of shift to toward a more proactive model that integrates family and community feedback into those SIP updates? Because I do think that's a great picture painting tool.
Yeah, thank you. I'll talk about the sausage making piece. I took all of the SIPs and honestly ran them through our GPT and said, pull out to me the themes that you're grabbing from these various levels. And those were the things that we saw. And so Dr. Rose and I were talking about that actually last week. And it is very much a work in progress. We love that differentiation that you saw as well, but we also saw that there were a lot of surface level, more reactive, I think is the word that you use, as opposed to proactive. This call out, not only just from our own review, but also the fact that it's showing up on this monitoring report helps us to determine, okay, what is it that we need in order for our district leaders to be proactive in terms of how they engage with families. And so specifically to that family engagement PD, we've not only provided that professional development right before SIPs were to be submitted as a way to say, like, hey, here's some strategies that you may be able to include within your SIP. But again, this summer, we're providing our entire DLT with the findings from our innovation lab sites. And so that's going to be a lot more concrete example of what it is that you can do as a school in order to engage genuinely with your families. And I don't know if you want to add anything else, but hopefully that gets to answer your question.
Dr. Meekhoff?
Thank you. Thank you, Associate Superintendent Ortega. I appreciate it. I don't have any questions about your presentation, but I have some questions I had kind of gone through. As a new board director, you know, I wasn't here for the 7 to 6 period day and highly capable in terms of how those decisions were made. But I just had a couple of call outs, and Dr. Holman, I appreciate you talking, just as we said, you know, it does make it difficult to call out areas of growth or aspirational when that could like impact compliance or something if you're really speaking it. So I appreciate you calling that out. I wanted to talk about let's see, in 3.2, build relationships among families and between families and educators. There's a list of awesome events and things, but something that came to mind for me, at least at the elementary level, and I guess certainly at the middle school level too, is how many of these are PTSA-led and really dependent on the strength of a PTSA at the school. And I feel like sometimes, not with purpose, but we're relying on like the unpaid labor of women, really, largely. Because I was running back, you know, bike to school day and walk to school day and was at the book fair. And I know that that's a common thread. And so I think something that was just on my mind is like, for like equitable access to these events and continuity, you know, what can we do as a district to kind of take the lead on those events with PTSA supporting, or I'm not sure I have the answers, but it's just something that came to mind.
James.
I think something that I always have with these reports is like, how do we quantify what's in compliance or what's not? And when I'm looking at 3.1, the evidence being the committees and work groups, and with the indicators being, okay, number of families, educators, and community members participating in committees, task force, or other district improvement initiatives. So why do these numbers mean it's in compliance? Like, how do we quantify what's not compliance? If you take all these number of times met and you like, and you just decrease them, at what time of like, okay, maybe instead of 11, they meet 5 times. Is that in compliance? Maybe 4 times, maybe all of these you reduce by 5. Is that still in compliance? I don't know if there's anything like a response to my comment, but that's just something I would like to see if there could be something more definitive. But I also don't think it's like black and white to say you need to meet this many times, you need these number of participants. But I wish there was something more definitive.
Director Richter?
We're in questions, right? Not discussion? All right. And I will say thank you for the presentation. I love all the things that the family engagement is doing. I absolutely loved all the language access in whichever section it was in here, maybe 4. But I'm going to get all nitpicky on this darn thing because that's how I am. And I have a couple questions about a couple indicators in particular because I can't parse them. But even before that, I think I have a question about the process. Like, there are places in the report, as it was given to us, where it says, like, there's no information available at this time. Can that even be in compliance, that section, if there's no data? Or not data like hard data, but qualitative, quantitative, whatever it is that should be there.
So I think that kind of gets back to my opening comments. I think we've all agreed that doing something more than is just a checkbox, which, as you read the coherent governance kind of framework, it feels very compliance based, and to achieve success as a superintendent, you're essentially, here's the floor, and I am proving to you that I am meeting the floor that the board has met. Much of this is talking about the ceiling. And so there are some areas where we don't have data sets yet, or maybe just this. I don't remember. I know they're in there. I'm not pulling them out exactly right now. It may be a data set that maybe we asked on the spring panorama. And so it's also kind of where we are in the cycle of when we adopted the policy. I think we monitored after we gave the panorama survey last year. Like, I think we adopted and monitored after we gave the panorama last year. And so getting data cycles in line, or if it's just staff time to develop those data protocols. That's why it feels like kind of overall, it's like a work in progress as opposed to in compliance. But the language we have to use is not work in progress. It's in compliance with noted exceptions, not in compliance.
At least the version that I've been working off of, and I think the one that's on Diligent at the moment, is showing in compliance with exceptions only in 3.8, meaning the old 3.8, not the new 3.8.
Correct.
I actually couldn't figure out why 3.8 was noted as in compliance with exceptions. So, actually, I should stop because I have like too many questions. But come back to me, I have more.
One thing I was wondering about 3.8, I noticed the same thing, and that's the one that has all the different complaint types, and for 4220 patron review requests, there were just asterisks in the table, but I didn't see a note, I may have missed it, as to what that represents. Is that just that we don't have that data, or
it says not currently tracked on the
okay, I missed that. I was skipping down to all the way down. Okay, so it's not currently, so that's why those are showing up as
there's not
asterisk.
a data system for that at this point. It doesn't mean that things weren't responded to and things weren't responded to in accordance with timelines and things like that. It's just we don't have a central place that we're collecting it right now, and we're still working through that.
Director Meekhoff.
I just had a question about interpretation. Like, using interpreters, are teachers and staff trained on how to engage? You know, I'm thinking, coming from a field where I frequently used interpreters, like the importance of engaging with the family and not with the interpreter, or...
Yes, and that's an ongoing area of growth for our staff. We'll roll out training, but again, the telephone service is very convenient, and so it's just a matter of going back to our messaging in terms of why it's important to, as much as possible, reach out to guest interpreters or contractors. But we do provide that to teachers as well as office managers and other staff.
I think the Director Meekhoff's question is about the actual interaction that's occurring when there's a live interpreter being there, that you're actually engaging with the family, not talking to the interpreter.
Right. Yeah,
exactly.
Is there training related to
and
that?
And there's also that as well.
Yeah, I was thinking about just how empowering that could be for a family at an IEP meeting, or absolutely the opposite, depending on what that engagement looked like.
Yeah, and I didn't mention it, and I should have in the presentation. We have a person that's what they do. They focus on language access for our district. Her name is Virginia Ramirez. And so that's part of her professional development series that she rolls out to schools is, one, how do you actually access the system? But two, when you do have an interpreter, what are some of the norms that you should follow? And she actually also provides PD for contractor interpreters as well. So.
Director Yoakum?
Okay, 3.1 mentions committees. And I went back and watched the superintendent's report from August of 2025, where kind of mentioned several committees. And I know that there are some that are still in the works for implementation next school year, such as like the Future Readies Committee. That's to begin next year, I believe. That was what was mentioned back in August. But I have it listed that there are 4 new committees that we're going to begin this spring: the Mission Vision, Equity Analysis, Inclusive Schools, and Secondary Assessing. And I just want to know the status of those committees. Are they beginning this spring, or is that being pushed off till next school year?
Some of those are still germinating. In some of those, I know I'm picturing the list in my head, the document that you're looking at, and some of those have changed course, like the inclusionary practices work group. I know their work has shifted this year somewhat, so I'll just provide a full update to the board on all of those. Yep.
Director Richter?
Thank you. All right, I'm going to, okay, how do I have this question? When I look at OE3, it's one of the ones that when I talk to community, they're the most interested in it. If I show it to them, they light up the most because obviously it's about them. So I think I have 2 requests here. We're going to get to them. Or thoughts or questions about, can we do this? So when community looks at something like I think it's the very first one, 3.1, and it has the words in it, supporting community-led initiatives. But then when we get to the interpretations and the compliance indicators, that something like community-led really drops out and it becomes something different. The other one that I can really think of is old style 3.8, not new style 3.8, because it's talking about complaints, but when you get to the superintendent's interpretation, now we're talking about some very specific kinds of complaints and ones that we do need to deal with very carefully because of the legal implications, obviously. But if community looks at our language, that's 3.8, board language, says fail to respond to complaints, they're not thinking of just that. They're thinking anything they want to come and they have big feelings about and they want to bring it to us. So this is probably like I should have in the discussion, but I've started, so I'm going to keep going. My 2 thoughts on it are if there is a way to get those superintendent interpretation and the indicators more prominently available so people understand a little bit better or could dig into it, maybe that's an answer. Otherwise, I actually feel kind of like I'm misrepresenting something to the people in the community by saying, well, we say we'll respond to all your complaints. But actually, it doesn't really mean that. So I guess I'm just going to kind of drop that, and if anyone wants to pick it up and talk about it, that's my concern, is that either the board looks like we're not doing our job in monitoring, or yeah, that's my concern, is that it looks like we're not actually monitoring what it says there, even though we are trying.
So on 3.1, if that would be board direction for a reinterpretation of the policy, and so if the board believes that there needs to be updated interpretation, because I'm not interpreting the board's policy, that's a board conversation, and the board can provide that direction. In regards to the policy related to responding to complaints, I view it a little bit differently than how you just described. The data we're providing is the most reliable proxy to how we handle complaints that we're able to actually quantify. Because as you think about, you know, trying to define community kind of complaints and concerns, like so much of a school's communication with families is about a concern, and they may not be like upset or escalated, but I have a concern about my child, they don't understand how to use their cubby. Like that's a concern. All the way to, my child is being, systematically, harassed at school, yet there's no formal report that, we have in our system to be able to provide to the board. And so I completely get your question, and working to provide legitimate data to the board, because if you go back to the interpretation, I'm not interpreting that we are responding to 100% of complaints and concerns, because I would never be able to assure that to the board. What I can assure the board is that when we receive complaints in a formal way, that we follow our policies in the law. If there were other mechanisms of data, even narrative that I could provide that I felt was like a consistent kind of view of the system, I would do that as well. And I'm hesitant to attempt to provide narrative like teacher narrative or principal narrative, just because that is just the nature of their work life, is responding to complaints, concerns, and I don't mean that in a negative way. Like that is the essence of having conversations with families, is about, how children are progressing, how, if there's a behavior blip that a child's having, like those conversations happen. And but I will continue thinking about how to quantify, not in a legitimate way, like how do we tell that story? Because our teachers are always in an ongoing manner talking with families, successfully and non-successfully. I mean, both are true. I would say more often than not, successfully.
And I really like the idea of that as a proxy for other things. I do that kind of like light bulb went off there, so I'm good there. And I meant to say I was not listening to the discussion on the indicators for OE3 when it happened. I don't know why, but I missed that one. So I'm also just open to knowing, I see what happened with 3.1 and how one thing can lead to another within the language that was chosen for the interpretation and in the indicators. I see how it gets there. Again, I'm just concerned that if community is looking at this and they're saying, well, we're not leading the budget advisory committee, we're not leading these town halls, and parts of the community are leading, in fact, things like our these formal partnerships with community organizations, and I love that, but it's not the same as a parent group. So I'm just trying to feel that out and see a way to actually make that community-led piece. And honestly, you sniped my one other question I had about the PTSAs, because that almost feels like it belongs more in 3.1 than it does in, I think, 3.2 is where it was, right? Yeah. As a former PTSA member, I have participated or helped organize a whole lot of those things in that list. And those really are community-led and supported, and often done in partnership with, building admin. So that was kind of what I was thinking on that put together. I'm going to pause unless someone...
And to that point, Director Richter, and authentically, if the board feels that the community-led piece isn't fully interpreted, then in the board's summary, the board would ask me to interpret or reinterpret 3.1 specifically related to community-led.
Director Meekhoff.
Just as a newbie, I have a quick question about formal partnerships and like what does it mean to have a formal partnership with an agency?
Generally, a formal partnership is something that we have come to a written agreement with them around our engagement with them, either them coming to our sites, our students going to their sites, them providing a service, but it's been formalized such that we're both accountable to it.
I had a question on, I was looking at the data for HIB complaints, so harassment, intimidation, and bullying. And for starters, I'm aware that the sort of the compliance portion of this data is really around sort of going through the process, that those are sort of, that we intake them, that we have timelines, because those are formal complaint processes that we need to adhere to, dealing with appeals and so on. Maybe reading too much into it, but I also think that the numbers are interesting. And just, I think this is building a little bit on what Director Richter was talking about, that I think people would be surprised to know that in a district of 30,000 students, we had 26, or sort of year to date, have 26 formal HIB complaints. And I went back to some of the old data because of us reworking this policy. We've sort of lost, or maybe it's in some other place, but we don't have monitoring for a couple of school years of data. But I went back and looked in 21-22, it was 51 instances, and then 22-23, it was down to 8. So, but like very consistently within those sort of double digits. And I was curious if, to Dr. Holman, to your point, our administrators, our teachers, and so on, we know that they're addressing concerns on a daily basis. When things are in that sort of HIB arena, I could understand the impulse to say, you know what, I think this is an issue at my building or in my classroom or what have you. Let me handle this here, and like, let me not if I can handle it here, like, we need all these formal timelines, let's just go fix the problem. That's a very good impulse to have. And I wonder if we have a good sense across the district of, are there hot spots that maybe this administrator over here is handling very effectively in this school, and this administrator over here is handling it really effectively in their school, but if they're not being escalated to that level, can we sort of reconcile across that, or see if there's a more systemic problem that we should be handling at the district level? I was thinking about, we had 2 separate school visits over, like, separated from months, but at both schools they talked about, the principals talked about how they had challenges with the use of the N-word. And how they had each taken steps very effectively to address that within their school communities. And that's great. And I would want them to do that. Obviously, we shouldn't be like, let's spin up this whole long timeline when we've got a kid who's being insulted on the playground daily. And how do we pull that up and say, oh, is this something more systemic? Are those 2 school leaders able to share with one another, because they were taking very different, both effective but very different approaches? Are they able to share with another school leader who might not be as looped in, or might not be dealing with it as acutely, or whatever that might be, to make sure that's better for all our students? So again, appreciate, I'm not arguing with the floor level of compliance here, and it's more, how do we keep pushing that ceiling, especially if we have the high quality problem of having really effective administrators who aren't escalating things.
I also see in our report we're reporting 26% of complaints were investigated and resolved. I believe that's 26 of 26 complaints were investigated. Intending that to be 100. Sorry, I didn't catch that before. So I think just with the numbers, it's not a hotspot issue across the district, and so it isn't like there's the majority of these are at a single site, and so what I know happens with HIB, and our procedure calls it out, I believe the law actually calls out as well, that the first step of a HIB process can be informal. It doesn't have to be, but it can be. And what we find is that is generally that opportunity for dialogue, discussion, trying to find ways to actually problem solve the issue, create plans, work towards restoration in that informal setting. And I don't know if I can say there's an actual reduction in HIB based on these data, or that because how the data has played out over the years, it seems like it's not a trend either way. It's just there is reports that happen every year. Some years there's more and some years there's less, but I don't think that is really saying anything about the system per se. But what I do know is that many of our schools have participated in restorative practices. Many of our schools have engaged with Johnny and his team in really complex situations where they need support. And so maybe that was a formal HIB process. But as you go through those situations and you have, I'll say, experts in facilitation and restoration, you learn from that. And the hope is that you're applying those to other situations even as we talk about culturally responsive instruction. Part of culturally responsive instruction is around the community of learners and how are you establishing the culture within your classroom. And part of that culture is that we can dialogue, discuss, and restore harm when that occurs. So I'm like kind of connecting all, like a variety of different elements to say, yes, we respond when we have HIBs, and we are constantly working to improve kind of the skill sets and practices of those that are dealing with this, on a daily basis, because we know how detrimental harassment, intimidation, and bullying is to those individuals going through it. It is an absolute showstopper for learning for that individual, because the only thing they're worried about is their personal safety. And so it just feels like there's a lot of work going into how do we build culture, how do we respond, how do we restore, and there's many narratives we could tell about that. Some of that we share with the board in OE14 in terms of restorative practices. And so I don't even know if I answered your question. That's just what kind of came to mind as you were, just talking about HIB and the data and, how do we think about this more as the ceiling but not a floor. I also wonder if some historical data for that specific area, because it is so localized. Yes, there's law around it. Yes, we have policy around it. And, when you're an individual student going through that, it is a very, very impactful and very localized to your context.
Director Richter.
Thank you. Again, I apologize. This is what happens when someone used to do QA and now they're looking at these. I have I'm not trying to be a troublemaker. I just have a legitimate question about one of the 3.2 indicators of compliance and one of the 3.3, because the language is a little dense. And so at least in one of them, I think in both of them I kind of know what you mean, but I'm not actually sure. And so in both of them revolve also around the word case study, which in my past experience is a very careful report that you're doing where you're looking at one instance of something, but then you generalize across a whole bunch of instances. And I'm not sure that's how it's being used in these two. But 3.2 indicator 4 and 3.3 indicator number 2. What is trying to be reported in these two?
So in 3.2, it says qualitative feedback and narrative case study, sharing information from families. The intent there was to state we're going to provide narrative. Mm-hmm. Not all narratives available, but kind of, I understand your definition of case study. That is not what that's not what I'm referencing here. It's really kind of taking those narrative as case studies, as examples, maybe would be a better phrase, as evidence.
I like as evidence for whatever it's worth. And I think that maybe 3.3 number 4, no, 3.3 number 2. Because case study representing evidence and benefit on a district-wide communication effort related to a strategic focus or substantial change. Mm-hmm. If there was just evidence of a district-wide communication effort and take out the first part of that sentence, I'd be clearer, honestly.
Any other questions?
Hold on a second, look at my notes. I have a discussion item, not a question.
All right. Hearing no more questions, thank you, Dr. Holman and Associate Superintendent Ortega, for the overview and the clarifications. Now it is the board's responsibility to consider the report as evidence of the district's performance in this area of operation. A reminder of the criteria we have agreed to. Number 1, the superintendent interpretation of the current policy as written is reasonable. And number 2, the superintendent has provided evidence to assure the board that the organization is in compliance with the provisions of the policy. I will now entertain a motion to accept and approve the monitoring report as being in compliance.
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved by Director Meekhoff and seconded by Director Yoakum to accept and approve the monitoring report as in compliance. Is there further discussion? Director Richter.
Yes, there is further discussion. Maybe I should have asked it in the question. I don't know. I have one specific concern related to the panorama data as it's referenced in this thing, in the monitoring report. And with complete respect to Superintendent Holman's point about, do we want to get bogged down in the details? What are we trying to do in the big essence? I just want to, for the record, say that the questions panorama is asking and getting responses on are very much not what it says in the indicators in almost all the cases. So I don't know if any of us want to be upset, not upset, if we if there's anything to be done there at this instant, or just as a general comment for all of us. But that was something that I saw. There's at least one parent I know who wrote into the board and wasn't particularly happy about Panorama. I know I have not always been happy about Panorama, so just calling that out. I have a second question if no one else has one.
I was gonna say, I'm just talking. I noticed that as well with the survey. I feel like is the indicator, which one was this? This was 3.2. No, I didn't get, yes. The survey results are measuring family and educator satisfaction with communication channels. And then the questions focus more on just family engagement, but I don't think there's specifically focusing on that. So I don't know if that's what you were speaking to. I noticed that. And then I also noticed there was not survey data from staff as well. So again, there are thoughts around that survey, and I don't know if that's what we discuss here, but I think it is an interesting point how I would probably respond differently to that if it was the school, my child's school is welcoming to me and my family versus the school district is welcoming to me and my family. So it's kind of like, is that survey measuring district? Is it measuring building relationships, right? From the survey questions that were given there, like there's that last question on there that talks about building relationships. So I think what you're getting at is those questions don't actually fit that indicator of, in my mind it didn't, but correct me if I'm wrong, of communication channels, a survey regarding communication channels, which I think is what the indicator was.
I think both.
Okay. I was just going to acknowledge that I saw the same thing. Yes, I'm seconding that.
I am confused. Could one of you or somebody summarize what we're talking about? Okay. What indicator and what policy and what problem?
So 3.2, if you look at the indicator of compliance number 2, survey results measuring family and educator satisfaction with communication channels. I'm trying to figure out where the evidence of compliance is with that. And my assumption was it was the Panorama survey data that was there. And I'm trying to figure out if that was, is that Panorama data measuring what that indicator of compliance actually is? I think it's all important information. It's all relevant information. So I didn't know if that was, does our indicator need to change to fit the data that's there?
There were at least
I guess I'm so confused. Are you are we suggesting that that what is being measured is not providing the board with evidence of compliance with the policy?
It's.
Or I just want to make sure, because I think we just need to be clear to the superintendent. Like, are we saying this is not working for us? Are we saying so do something different? Are we saying? And I don't know the answer because I don't know I'm not. Or are we just saying? Are we wondering? Is this right?
1 tablespoon of the first option, 3 of the latter. A little bit of both. No. So I'm looking specifically at the fact that the indicators of compliance will list a very specific thing, like survey results, measuring family and educator satisfaction with communication channels. But if I look at the evidence of compliance that's been provided, there's a lot of it. It goes into a lot of depth. The feel of the big picture is there's a lot of good things going on here. But if I'm looking at that very specific thing, and I'm being very stickler, it said that survey results will measure satisfaction with communication channels, and the only survey that is mentioned really in the evidence of compliance is Panorama, and there's not a single question in that Panorama data about communication channels, right? So again,
okay, I see, I understand now. I mean, yes, literally there is not. I agree. But for me, when I look at these survey responses, like, to me, these are like, whether you respond favorably or not is, to me at least, like it's indicative of whether it's a close enough proxy that's indicative of, like, I feel like as a board member I can look at this and it like reasonably measures whether there's satisfaction with communication channels. Like for me as a parent, like if I was not satisfied with the communication channels of my school, I probably would not respond favorably that the district is welcoming to me and my family. So I don't know. Like I guess I'll just, for me, this works fine. Is where I'm at.
Director Meekhoff.
I'm wondering about the section that says educator satisfaction. Because that isn't measuring, because I agree with you, Director of the Liberty, in terms of what they're, but.
Yeah, it would need to be, yeah, right. Yes, I agree. It's not measuring that I can see.
I will say I do feel like it could actually be measuring something deeper, which is I can be asked if I'm satisfied with an email, and I can answer yes or no. But if I feel that I know about programs available at the school or the district to help my child succeed, I don't understand how that it would be possible for me to respond favorably, never mind for 7 out of 10 of our families to respond favorably if the various communication channels weren't hitting the mark, if that makes sense. So it may go back once again to this question of sort of the floor and the ceiling, and the question about the indicator specifying that indicator could be read as specifying a floor or as specifying a ceiling. So it could be read literally as measuring satisfaction with Parent Square, let's say, as a communication tool. Or it could be read as the ceiling, which is the goal is not to send emails. The goal is to communicate with families and to make sure that they're able to engage successfully in their child's education or engage meaningfully and all of that. So I do see it. I think it's less of a concern for me in terms of whether those survey questions need to map exactly. I can see the connection, and it's actually, I think, for me, measuring something, actually really measuring the value and not the activity. Director Richter.
And I just want to say thank you for humoring these questions as I'm trying to finally figure out this monitoring process. It's a bit of a learning curve for anyone who sits up here, I think. Yeah, just want to say that.
And I should also mention that this is a very new policy, and these were not around the edges changes. These was really a reimagining of this entire policy, and this is sort of the first, I will say, the first real monitoring cycle. We did monitor it sort of last year, and then this is getting a little closer, and so the combination of all of that, I think, does make this really challenging, and maybe even more important to have these conversations to sort of clarify where we're all at than something that's a little bit more baked. Director Yoakum? Sorry, Director Holman.
I'll accept
Dr.
I'll accept the vote. So, and we probably should have put in there that we don't have educator data, because it's not about our educators satisfied with the district communicating with them. It would be our educators satisfied with the communication tools and methods they have with families. It's not a question that we ask our educators at this point, and so that would be a data unavailable. And so thank you for that call out, because and we report our staff data in OE4, OE14, but this is one specific call out in a policy that isn't really directed towards staff and educators, but that's a key piece because they're part of that communication chain.
All right, now Director Yoakum.
Yeah, I've spent some time just reflecting throughout this whole conversation, and I am someone who would rather aim past the ceiling, reflect on what is and is not working, and then set a path for next steps moving forward. And so I'm wondering if there's a larger question that the board kind of needs to grapple with in regards to these monitoring reports. How do reports for aspirational policies like OE3 actually remain a part of the superintendent's evaluation while also meaningfully reflect on the past year and then help guide the district for the next year? Like, to me, that's the big, we could sit here and nitpick all the details, but I think the big goal is, if we want these bigger aspirations, being able to use this as a tool to say what is working well, what is not, and where are we going. And I don't know how we do that within the construct of coherent governance, compliance, monitoring.
Dr. Holman.
I just lost my vote, I guess. Well, I don't think the board's doing a bad job of attempting that right now, because you're pointing out some areas in the policy interpretation indicators that probably need work. Like, we knew that this is a policy, in all three areas that we would need to continue to refine. And to me, the questions that are being asked and the discussions that are being had are of high quality. I think what Associate Superintendent Ortega presented tonight, those are kind of windows into some of the processes that we believe provide evidence. And so that's kind of a window into our thinking as well. And maybe it's, how do we go deeper into those narratives and maybe make direct connections to which indicators we believe are connected to those narrative stories? Because it isn't about generating a data set in a narrative, but being a little more intentional about how are we making those connections. Because in the report, they show up in one area, one policy component. Yet, as like the work of our pilot sites and the work with Dr. Mapp, that really spans the entire policy. And there's elements of that work that spans, every single well, not the shall nots really, but the superintendent will part of the policy. And so I'm kind of thinking out loud. I think the board is doing a nice job of kind of having that conversation around what you're aspiring to, even as we're talking about some of the nuances of what data is here, what data isn't here, and how you're interpreting that.
Director Richter?
Yes, trying to chase the thought. As Dr. Ullman was talking there, I was already thinking of bringing up one thing, and then what you were saying also kind of gave me a counterexample as well, because the one with a big nod to Associate Superintendent Pablo Ortega. So sorry. I really enjoyed reading through 3.4, which is very relevant to the presentation, and seeing the indicators and then reading through the evidence. And I'd say this one's pretty aspirational. And I think it actually worked really well. Like, I'm making my notes. I'm like, yeah, the availability of resources in multiple languages. Yeah, totally, and it's not just they're available in a couple and, we did 2. It's good enough. It's like really shooting past that ceiling towards the sky. So like, I'm totally happy with every indicator, and I think the way it came out in the evidence really works well. So that's like my, yeah, I think that this format can work for what we're doing, and totally. But then on the flip side, I'm trying to remember what my flip side was, because sometimes I have the retention of a goldfish this time of night. Damn it. If I can remember it, I'll come back to it. So sorry.
Director Meekhoff.
This is on a bit of a different subject, but just overall family engagement. I think something that is important to keep in mind is that families want to be informed and want to engage, but also struggle with feeling overwhelmed with the amount of information that's coming in. I say that with personal experience. The number of Parent Square messages so I'm not offering any ideas, but just making sure that we are balancing that. As much as we do want to engage with families and want their input, it's providing opportunities for them to give input without overwhelming feels important.
Yes, as someone who currently has, I think, 6 children showing up in Parent Square between their current grade levels and kids who are going, it's a lot. Another thing, thinking about monitoring, is just remembering that that ultimately it's student outcomes that we're here in service of, and thinking about, yes, how do we, operational expectations are in service of student outcomes as well. How do we balance wanting to do that in a rigorous manner and making sure that, yes, we're continuing to push that ceiling with the time that takes. And that's not to say that the time should be 0, because it is important, obviously. But also the time can't be infinite. Board directors and staff can get overwhelmed as well with the volume of information. And so how do we make it meaningful, but also balancing that, or making sure that we're focused on making sure that we're focused on student outcomes always, and how are these policies serving student outcomes? Not are the policies letter perfect in every respect on their own. Yes, Director Richter.
Did not remember the previous one, so I'll just go on to the next one, which I promise you is actually the last one. But it's a doozy, so let's go with it. Couple times in the presentation or tonight, I think it's been phrased in ways that are probably better than I can, but the concept has come up a couple times where balancing the concept of community or individual feedback against the greater good, shall we say. Like, the entire system needs to remain intact. We need to have a functional budget. We need to elevate all students. So there's that push-pull. And I want every family to feel like, obviously, everyone's input is important to this process. But I almost feel like we're a little bit over-promising, or we need to balance that somehow in the policy language. And so I am putting that out there as a thought, if we wanted to put something well-phrased in there, the voice of the one, but also the good of the many. I don't know if that's appropriate in this one or not, but I'm going to throw that out there for thought.
Any further discussion? I did just want to throw out a couple things, a couple commendations to call out. First of all, I'm really excited about the Innovation Lab site work. and kind of thinking about as we click into a more typical monitoring cycle for OE3, thinking about how the work that's happening this year will show up in monitoring the next time around. Curious to hear about those learnings, because it sounds like that would be in scope for this year. And then ideally, again, going back to this is really in service of student outcomes in subsequent years, being able to see what is really coming out of that. How are we delivering better student outcomes because of some of this work? So yeah, really, really excited about that, to have taken that first step forward during this school year and then continuing to monitor that. Also, with the survey results, yes, maybe they're not quite aligned with the indicator and so on, but they are also really remarkable, and I think that's worth calling out. My favorite being the 70% of survey respondents who say that teachers and staff work hard to build trusting relationships. And I actually really like that question, because it doesn't promise that everybody will always have trusting relationships. But again, going back to the tremendous work that our educators and our staff do, and seeing that being recognized, especially in a survey where I think people are more likely to click sort of if they're unhappy. And so for 70% of that population to take the time to say, no, you're working really hard at this, even when it's not perfect, I think is really exceptional. And one other thing I wanted to just call out as maybe a point of focus, just as a reminder, this used to be two separate policies. So we used to have OE3, which was treatment of community stakeholders, and then OE9, not current OE9, but OE9 was communication and engagement with stakeholders was the name of that policy. And as we started this work to develop this new OE3, we ended up sort of merging those together, realizing that those are very closely related. What I see a lot of in this current policy is a lot around the treatment of community stakeholders, the engagement of community stakeholders, which is great because those should be the focus. But there is also just a communication piece of, are we telling our story as a district? Are we talking about the great work that we're doing in a way that's landing with our families? I think it fits into sort of the 3.4 here, but thinking about the presentation that we just had on the work that's been done around literacy, I was talking with a parent who was talking about one of our neighboring districts and the great work that they're doing around literacy, and Lake Washington should follow in these footsteps. And there was a press release about it, and I looked through the press release, and it was a lot of this is a lot of the work that we're already doing. And I don't know how aware, how broad that awareness is, outside of the tens of people who listen to board meetings. So really thinking about that. Yes, communication is two-way and engagement and all of that, but sometimes just I'm really proud of the work that we're doing here, and celebrating that at times is maybe just an area that we could do better in. Any other discussion? If not, we can move on to voting. Well,
you said something interesting. I don't think that what you just flagged, which I'll just sort of summarize as celebrate district success, right? I don't think that that value is actually captured in anything. I mean, I think if you were to try to squint hard enough, maybe 3.4, but I don't think it is at all. And I do think there's, I agree with you that there is real value to doing that system wide. In particular for our students. And so I guess I hadn't thought about that until you brought it up. And it strikes me that if we really want that, if that is something that we value as a board and we want to monitor, then we should have an additional policy that does say that clearly, that we're not just sort of saying, well, maybe if I twist this enough and torture it, that will work. So anyway, I long way to say I agree, and furthermore, I think that we should look at adding additional policy language to say that.
Any further discussion? For real, for real. All right. All those in favor, please signify by voting aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. The board commends the superintendent and his team on the work being done to ensure that we can monitor this policy and appreciate the efforts being made to gather data that demonstrates this work, as hard as it is. The board summary for OE3 will be drafted by Director Yocum and Director Richter and is expected to return to the board for approval not next week, at the May 18th, 2026 board meeting or a future date. I'm going to propose we take a 10-ish minute recess, return at 9:10 p.m. The next item on the agenda is WASDA position proposals. So Director Yocum and I, first of all, at our last board meeting, we had brought forward proposals for, now I can't even remember, 4 positions, I think, that we talked through and had some discussion. So inclusive schools, funding safe, healthy, contemporary school buildings. It's like a pop quiz. No, that's right. Yes, and then it's unfunded mandates essentially. So we've hopefully already had discussion. The positions for those that are in the agenda are slightly modified, just a few very small tweaks based on the feedback that I got at the last meeting. The 4th position proposal that we wanted to work on was around transfer of territory. And just to give a little bit of background here, over the past 2-ish years, this board has worked through 2 separate petitions for transfer of territory, which is when an area of one school district petitions to physically move the school district boundary and become part of a different school district. So in both of those transfer of territory processes, Lake Washington was what I'll call the receiving district. That is, a community outside of our borders wanted to become part of Lake Washington. And one petition, the sending district, so the district that those communities were currently part of, in one it was Riverview School District, and in the other it was Snoqualmie Valley. Both processes were very painful, I would say. As school board directors, we're accustomed to making hard decisions. We make hard decisions all the time. But there was a special amount of pain in both of these processes. Because this process is codified into state law, to make this process less painful needs to go through the legislature. And so that's where this idea for a transfer of territory position for WASDA was born. If we can get a position passed by WASDA, then WASDA would be able to weigh in on any sort of legislative action that was happening. And we reached out to Riverview and Snoqualmie Valley school districts to get their perspective and see if they wanted to join in putting together a sort of a combined position. Director Yocum and I did meet with representatives of both Riverview and Snoqualmie Valley. Really want to thank Carol Van Noy from Riverview and Renee Price from Snoqualmie Valley. They're the ledge reps for their boards, for really engaging with us. Just really genuinely and openly to talk through sort of what our boards were seeing. And a few things that we learned, first of all, was that the process was painful for them as well. Again, really painful. And so there is a shared interest in doing something around transfer of territory. We didn't reach consensus on what exactly that something should be, especially with sort of the timelines. These WASDA position proposals need to be submitted this week. So we walked away agreeing. We did have some language around transfer of territory potential positions, but all walked away saying, you know what, I don't think we're there quite yet in order to be able to speak all together and say exactly what we want around transfer of territory. Leaving the door open for continued conversation. This is not required. WASDA does not need to adopt a position in order to do legislative advocacy or drive through legislative changes. So we did get a commitment to keep talking amongst our 3 districts and figure out what, just essentially what legislative action could look like. One place where we did find common ground though, which is may seem a little out of left field, but I can hopefully connect it, was around the choice transfer process, which is the process by which an individual family can apply to transfer into a district other than the one that they're assigned to. It was one of the surprises that came out of our conversations it actually came out of the Riverview petition, and that whole process was when we were talking to the petitioners after we'd gone through this whole very painful process. They said, you know, it would really help if we could choice transfer into Lake Washington for more than 1 year. And we said, well, we can't do that, it's state law. And then we looked at the state law, we're like, no, that's actually not state law. And so now we have, I believe they're called guaranteed transfer pathways, we're calling them, where we can guarantee through certain feeder patterns, guaranteed feeder patterns, through certain feeder patterns, not every feeder pattern in our district, but certain patterns, that a kid can matriculate in our system in kindergarten, and we know that we'll have space for them all the way through 12th grade. Riverview actually viewed that really favorably of, hey, because those families, that's one of the feeder patterns that we can guarantee. And that dissipated actually a lot of the hurt that had come up through the process. And so we all agreed, hey, if there's things that we can do to remove barriers for families to be able to actually, for another district to be a viable option, then let's do that. And if school boards are not aware and districts are not aware that these are even options or that there's other things that they can do, then this is an opportunity to make them more aware. So what we're bringing forward is a proposal for a modification of the enrollment options permanent position, so not legislative position. This is more WASDA believes type stuff, yes. The first and last sentence of this proposal are what they are today, exactly. The first sentence kind of ties into some state laws around choice transfers, and then the last sentence is basically that that it shouldn't be mandated by law. This is something that districts should explore, but at any time they have the option to say no, we can't support choice transfers at this school or in this feeder pattern or what it might be. But then the language in between is encouraging districts to explore policies that reduce unnecessary barriers for families, predictability and continuity of enrollment being a core value. Again, not mandating that every district does this everywhere, but recognizing that where districts have that flexibility, being able to provide that. So this is somewhat or could potentially help sort of alleviate choice or alleviate transfer of territory petitions, or make in situations where even a sort of a group of families have would otherwise look to fully transfer into a school district. This is saying if we can build in an individual solution or make that individual solution viable to do that. And I also see this, I always have to think of this as going both ways. So with these Riverview families, they wanted to transfer into here, and it's really easy to say, well, yes, let's make it easy for families to choice transfer into my district. Well, what about families who want to go the other direction, who want to choice transfer to a different district, and having that be a more viable option? What I came back to for myself was, I think it's our job up here to make this district the obvious choice for every single family living within our borders, to do everything in our power to make this a fantastic school district to be part of. And if there are families who look somewhere else and say, this district is providing something that works for my student or for my family or what have you, I would rather have those students staying within the public education system than leaving them, than leaving public education completely. So, that's my viewpoint on that. And so that's the somewhat long history of why a transfer of territory position has moved into being something very different than what we envisioned. I think this is one thing that we agreed on now. There's a lot more work to do, but we're presenting this, and Director Yoakum and I feel strongly about supporting this, and as do Riverview and Snoqualmie Valley, the representatives that we were working with from those districts. Yes, Director Lilliberty.
Okay, I think you answered the question, but I have. This will be presented jointly with those districts, is that right? Wonderful.
With the disclaimer that Riverview their meeting is tomorrow and so on, but yes, certainly their representatives were very supportive of this.
I am also supportive of this. Good job. Thank you both.
Any other questions? No. Okay, and I think we are voting on all 4 of these as a package, if everybody's okay with that. We can also go one by one, but it is 9:23. All right, so I will now entertain a motion to approve the 4 proposed WASDA position proposals as presented.
I would motion that.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Director Richter and seconded by Director Meekop that the board approve the 4 WASDA position proposals as presented. Is there any discussion? Yes,
Only one
Director
point.
Liberty.
In favor of all these proposals, really appreciate the collaborative approach of working with other districts to work on this enrollment options, amending the existing policy proposal. And I think that's the right way to go about it now. And I know you feel the same way, the choice transfer process statewide also needs to change. And we can parking lot that for now, but and maybe that's a discussion for future years.
Are you, choice transfer or transfer of territory?
What did I just say?
Choice transfer.
That's not what I meant.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
Yes, and there is definitely a shared interest in that.
Yeah.
This is more, we had a deadline for WASDA position proposals, but we still
Absolutely.
have months to go till the legislative session. And
Great.
Like in the next few weeks, we're going to continue these conversations towards that because yes, there's a strong sentiment, I think a shared sentiment, even though we couldn't get to the particulars of what that should look like, but that the process needs to change.
Great, thanks. And thanks for cleaning up whatever it was I said.
All right, all those in favor, please signify by voting aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. So Director Yoakum is on the hook to submit all 4 of these proposals to WASDA by the 30th, yes. And then there's a whole process that comes that we'll go through in the coming months. But yes, thank you, Director Yoakum, for taking care of that. And again, thank you to Riverview and Snoqualmie Valley for their engagement on this and for helping us put forward something stronger than if we had just gone on our own. All right, next on the agenda is a second reading on the update to indicators for OE4. Dr. Holman.
Okay, so there's updates to two of the 3 indicators from our conversation from the last board meeting. 4.2, there was some questions. I don't remember the exact word we had in the middle, but worked with Deputy Superintendent Gillingham. The term reflective was used, and none of us could really articulate what that meant, but we changed it to aligns with identified needs, because that's really what, as we're thinking about best suited and best qualified candidates, making sure that the hires are aligned with needs. And so it reads, the district maintains and regularly updates its hiring process to ensure that it is rigorous, aligns with identified needs, and inclusive such that it is more likely to result in the best qualified and best suited candidates. The next, there's no questions about, where are we, 4.4. And in 4, I believe it's 10, you can actually see a strike through. That's because that is prior indicator language. So the reflective term was something that we were bringing for a first reading for the first time. That's why there's no strike through. This language that is stricken here is prior language. That's why there's a strike through there. And as we were talking about how do we align with the board's questions, it actually, if we just remove the percentage of, because it really isn't about are there people taking the survey, it actually indicates something. And so it now reads, the district climate survey indicates staff believes the district culture allows them to work in an environment of support and courtesy. And so I believe that meets the board's interests in having some level of having it quantified. We had talked about should it be the district climate survey increasingly or positively I think this accomplishes that as well. Another question we talked about is what data would be derived from this, and how could the board see disaggregated data? The only kind of required option, the only requirement in terms of kind of demographic data that staff need to complete is instructional staff and non-instructional staff. And so moving forward, we will provide that as part of OE4 as well. That is the second reading. Happy to take questions.
No questions? All right. I will now entertain a motion to adopt the proposed changes to the indicators of compliance for OE4 personnel administration as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved by Director LaLiberty and seconded by Director Yoakum that the board approve. There we go. The proposed changes to the indicators of compliance for OE4 personnel administration as presented. Is there any further discussion? All right, hearing no further discussion, we will proceed to vote on the motion. All those in favor, please signify by voting aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. All right, the board plans to meet next on May the 4th, 2026, with a 5 p.m. study session and a 7 p.m. board meeting. I will now entertain a motion to adjourn the April 27th, 2026 board meeting.
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved by Director LaLiberty and seconded by Director Yoakum that we adjourn. All those in favor, please signify by voting aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. The meeting is adjourned at 9:29 p.m.